Don't fear the Reaper. Don't fear the Reaper. Don't fear the Reaper, baby, I'm your man. La 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 la. La la la. Kula? You what? Hold on. We have to talk about this now. Kula, what the fuck? I was about to tell everybody hi. Hi, Gore. Hi, Third Word. Hi, Raphael. I'm not telling Kula hi because Kula is a fucking freak. Kula is a fucking freak. And Kula's a little freak of nature is what Kula is. Yes, there is a jacket. I can take it on and off. I also have pants that I can take on and off, but like I've got my leggings and I can take those on and off. Oh wait, what's the button? There it is. I can take those on and off too. So I can just be full on nude. All right, I'm putting it back on. But yeah, no, I can take the jacket on and off. Now we're gone. There we go. Yeah. It's a little wild. I did that during the ad break so nobody would like spank me. But yeah. I can take off my jacket and my pants. The pants was a surprise from my rigger. I did not ask for that. I asked for a jacket removal toggle. And my rigger went, "You want to take off your pants?" I didn't even find out that I could take off my pants until after she gave me the model. She didn't even ask. She was just like, "Yeah, she can take off her pants." Sorry, I'm eating a tortilla. Streaking is a crime. Not here, it's not. This is my house. This is a lawless land. Hi, Black Bean. How are you? Oh yeah, I fixed the follow age command so y'all can see how long y'all have been following for. How has Black Bean been following me longer than Gore's been following me? What the fuck? Black Bean, you're getting mod status. Because how are you following me longer than my actual mod? Almost 2 months. Yeah, you really did, so I don't think that's right. Yeah. Anyways, I'm drinking some top of the morning coffee. Specifically their flavor that they released last month called Fool's Gold, which is a chocolate and caramel flavor coffee. I'm eating a tortilla. I just ate a Chipotle bowl. I only ate like half of it though. I'm currently munching on a tortilla for additional energy. And I hope everybody's having a good day. Chat, tell me about y'all's day. I went for a walk today. Black Bean, did you follow me back when I did porn? Because if so, that would explain why you've been following me longer than Gore. My week's been good. I only just started working again yesterday. Not me jump scaring chat. Yeah, I used to Twitch stream from time to time when I did when I did Schmeck's work. But Gore didn't follow me back then because Gore was at work all day when I would stream. So that was pre-VTuber though. That was back when I was a face streamer. Hi Ducky, I'm glad you got modded Stardew working, but also 8 hours. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Though I guess I played for half that time on stream yesterday, so. But no, my week's been good. So my week starts, my week is Thursday to Monday. I work Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So my week just started. This is my Tuesday. But so far it's been a good week. I've been pretty happy. We're about to play Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, which I've never played a single Pokemon Mystery Dungeon ever. So we're starting with Rescue Team DX because it's on the Switch and I have an Elgato. So I'm excited. We're actually about to get started. I don't remember your face, so probably not. I don't know then. Today I went to school and then played Fallout. I feel like everybody's playing Fallout now that the show's out. I've never played Fallout though, so. Gore's been so excited for Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. The amount of info dumping that has happened in this house over the last, like, what? We got the game on Wednesday, Gore? Wednesday or Thursday. The amount of info dumping that is about to that has happened in my home has been insanity. It's Tuesday, isn't it? It is. Sorry, my daughter watches The Wiggles all the time, so I catch myself doing random Australian accents. Like a rockabye a bear. You're a Pokemon and you fight Pokemon, isn't it? BRB waiting for a package. That was me earlier today. I wanted my coffee so bad. But my coffee's here now. And already, like, lukewarm. Fucking kill me. Hey, yeah. Alright. Let me finish my tortilla and we'll get in it. But yeah, I'm excited to see what Pokemon I get. A part of me is hoping for Houndour, but I don't know if Houndour is even an option. I haven't looked to see what the options are. Today was my first time playing Fallout. Oh, do you have a good time? I've heard it's a good game. I heard one of them sucks, but I don't know which one it is. No, you don't pick, you take the test. So, we'll see what the game determines I am. Hi, Amatsu! How are you? Fallout 76 is the bad one? Ooh. Is the Animal Crossing faces all over again? Oh, yeah. Sorry, I was taking a sip of my coffee. Even if you don't roll the correct Pokemon, you can pick any Pokemon to lead your guild if you want it to. I think Ducky would be a Psyduck. She also rolls with that energy. It's a rock and you end up fugly. Luckily, I don't think there are any fugly Pokemon, though I will say if I get Pikachu, I'll kill myself. So. Ducky's like, if you get Pikachu, you're what? Okay, tell me about the past few hours. Is it the cats again? What happened? I want to know. Gossip. Also, I need to move my Twitch stuff around, so I'm going to be doing that while you talk. Don't mind me. I forgot to do this earlier, but I need to move my chat. So when I stream normally, I stream facing this monitor. However, when I stream via the Elgato, I face this monitor, which is why my model is on this side and not the other side that it's normally on. But see, the problem with this is that when I stream via the Elgato, instead of my OBS being on this monitor, my second monitor, it's on my first monitor now. So I have to like move my chat from the left to the right so I can still read chat out of the corner of my eye. Are you wearing a Pikachu hoodie right now? I am, no joke. I went to box lunch at the mall and I bought ghost type pajama pants that have Haunter, Ghastly, Gengar, and Mimikyu on them. And that's currently what I'm wearing. And while I know that Noibat and Noivern aren't in this game because they aren't fucking in any game that matters to me. I've got my Noibat on my head for emotional support. So, how have I been? I've honestly been really good. The baby's home. She's walking. She's running. She's talking. She's eating. She eats me out of house and home. She ate 4 meat. Y'all, hear me out real quick. Bunny ate 4 meatballs today. 4 of them. 4 meatballs. A whole side of corn and a whole side of rice and gravy. This child is maybe 20 pounds. Why did she eat the exact same amount that I eat? Girl, what the fuck? She ate the same size meal that I would eat. Bunny is 13 months now. She had her birthday in February. Yeah, so Bunny is 13 months now. Her birthday was in February. So she's walking, she's trying to run, she's saying basic words. Her favorite word to say right now is baby, which she only says towards our cats, which is really funny, and one of our dogs. So walk towards the animals and go, baby! It's because we all call her baby, because she is the baby. So we all like, hi baby! So she just thinks baby is just what you call people. She's really cute though. But honestly, I've been really good. I've been really happy. I've been able to start streaming again. I am so happy to be streaming again. I don't know. I'm just very happy. I'm very loved. And I have a lot of people in my life that I love. And I'm happy. So, I've been good. I hope you're able to say the same, Black Bean. Okay, you know I said 3 cats? My best friend's friend owns one of them. She's been living with us for a bit because her situation was bad. Turns out she's been lying to us the whole time. What? That's crazy. That's insanity. Oh, I'd be livid. Oh yeah, Ducky, I'm planning on buying her a leash because when I want to take her to the zoo. We're going to the beach this summer, but I want to take her on her first zoo trip. But now that she's walking, I'm in danger. So, all right, sorry, I'm gonna get into the game. But fucking the drama. Tell me more. I love drama when it has nothing to do with me. Welcome. This is the portal that leads to the world of Pokemon. Don't fucking touch it. I swear to fucking God. But before I can let you through, I have several questions for you. I want you to answer them sincerely. She's at ankle biting height? No, she is not. Ducky, she comes up to my hips, almost. Like, she's above my knee. She's like mid-thigh. She's tall. Ducky, she's tall. She will take your knees out. Yeah, thigh biting height is true. Am I tiny? I am almost 6 feet tall. I am not tiny. She's been plotting on us. I can't even say this shit on stream. It's so real, but we packed all of her shit for her. Yeah, I would have too. The fuck? Jesus. I am so sorry. That is the worst. Yeah, no, I'm like almost 6 feet tall. So, my daughter is big. Gore is the small one out of the 2 of us. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you? Get ready. Okay. Let the interview begin. Yes, Gore is a short king. Gore is 5'5", 5'6". One of those 2. And I am 5'11". I met Peach at WeebCon. Mommy build. Lady Dimitrescu build. Thank you. That is an honor. Especially considering I was wearing flat shoes when we met. I was wearing like basic ass flats when we met too. Also, you need to send me that picture we took together. I don't think you. I think you're like the last person I met that hasn't sent me the picture yet. I think everybody else posted theirs online, but because your cosplay was so fucking adorable. So you need to send that to me so I have it. Because you can send it wherever. I think there's a photos section in Discord, but if not, you can just DM it to me if you want. If you don't want your face out there publicly. But your Quaxley cosplay was so fucking cute. It was so adorable. I loved it. Also, you committed by wearing the flippers throughout the entire convention. That was commitment, because I know those bitches weren't easy to walk in. But yeah, you can just post it in any of the photo channels in the Discord. Or just DM it to me. Either one. Whatever you're more comfortable with. Interview? What are they gonna be like? Why do you want to work at the Pokemon Corps? Yeah, actually. They're trying to give me a 9 to 5. My feet were screaming. Same! We parked a 20-minute walk away from the convention. And then we had gone to a convention earlier that morning. So that's why I had my cane, by the way. Sorry about it. Sometimes I use a cane on days where I know I'm gonna be doing a lot of walking. It kind of just helps me not get as tired as quick. But that's why I had my cane, and I'm so glad I did, because the 20-minute walk back to our car when we were ready to leave, which we had to leave early because we had to come back and get Bunny, and we had somewhere else we had to go to. A friend of mine was performing live, so we went to go watch her perform that night, so we had to come home and pick up Bunny. But I was like, we were walking back to our car, and that walk started pleasant, and by the end of it, I was like, I'm gonna strangle somebody. Have we learned not to kink shame? I mean, have you guys learned to stop calling me a dog fucker? All right. Oh, wait, there's a scream from behind a door. Jesus Christ. This game is escalating so quickly. How will you react? I'm pulling open the door. What the fuck? I'm not gonna let somebody just scream. You come across a treasure chest. How do you react? I mean, it is probably gonna be empty. You know, I'm gonna be honest with you, it's open it right away. I'll never outlive the pee allegations. Peasus lives on. I'm opening it. I don't care. You like to noisily enjoy yourself with others? I do. I love to laugh with others and be loud. Are you often late for school or meetings? No, I hate being late. Gore makes me late and it pisses me the fuck off. On vacation outings, you want to... Oh, this is hard, because sometimes I do like to go for walks by myself with others, or by myself on vacations, just to see things. But sometimes I get really nervous about being by myself somewhere that I've never been before, and Gore is also just like my person. So I usually take him with me anyways, so I'm gonna say go with others, but really the answer is go with Gore. Do you occasionally consider yourself dull and overly cautious? No. I'm not dull at all. This is like an "Are you autistic?" quiz. The answer is yes, Ducky. I'm playing Pokemon Mystery Dungeons. The homie / lover. It's so true. A human hand extends out of a toilet. What would you do? I'm closing the lid and we're not talking about it. I'm like, no. But also, what freak show wrote this quiz? A human hand extends out of a toilet? Has that happened to you? Dev? Are you okay? High five is not an option, just shake hands. But I'm gonna just close the lid and say nothing. Last Wednesday, yeah. Do you like pranks? Not really. Honestly, I'm not a big prank person. I put them in general. I'll also link the Quaxley pool photo shoot. Yes! Please do! And I'll look at it after stream. Absolutely. Do you want to play as a boy or a girl? I want to play as a girl. I want big bahongas. Give my Pokemon big bahongas. Girl. I swear to God, if I'm Pikachu. Okay, what are my options here? Hold on. So we've got Psyduck. We got Chikorita, Machamp, Eevee. I'll take an Eevee. Squirtle. Skitty's good too. Meowth. Torchic is good. Cubone's good. I love Bulbasaur. Totodile. Honestly, I will take anybody on this list that isn't fucking Pikachu. Machamp. Or Machoke. Which one is that? Or Psyduck. Everybody else on this list is good for me. Oh, and I don't really care much for Charmander. Pikachu with the titties. Titichu, Pika tits. I really want to be Trico, though. You appear to be the hardy type. That is true. I am the hardy type. God knows my life has been hard as hell. There's nothing wrong with Psyduck. I just don't want him staring into my soul for the entirety of the game. You do your homework diligently and you know to eat properly. Wait a minute, that's not true at all. I think this game got me wrong. I almost dropped out of high school over the homework, and I do not eat properly. At all. I eat when I am reminded. I think this test got me wrong. You have strong willpower that lets you complete tasks, however tough. Okay, that is true. That is true. That is a true statement about me. But you can also be stubborn to the point of even feuding with friends. That is also true. I have been known to be pretty stubborn. I eat things sometimes. Hi, Nico. I mean, I'm eating right now. The test got you wrong. Damn, it is an autism quiz. I mean, it's not too wrong. It's just that one section wasn't really 100% correct. I don't usually fight with my friends. I've gotten to a point in my life where my stubbornness, like, I usually don't let it get in the way of friendships. I don't have an issue with saying that I'm wrong. However, if I know I'm right and my friend is insisting I'm wrong, I will fight with you. Me and Gore did that earlier today on our walk. Hi, Whitebrow. How are you doing? I'm glad you were able to come in. This is an autism quiz, Gore. Oh, you like my Noibat? Thank you. I love him. Nothing will go right for you when you're irritated, so learn to laugh it off. Jesus, that's so fucking true. That is so fucking true. Also, I have a Noibat on my desk that I have moved front and center for this stream, so I can see him at all times. A hardy person like you should be... I'm gonna be Machamp, or Machoke, or whatever the fuck. Macho baby. It's gonna make me a macho baby. No! No! Anyways, we're gonna start Pokemon Mystery Dungeon! I'm so excited! I'm so excited to start Pokemon Mystery Dungeon! I'm so excited! Pokemon Mystery Dungeon is so much fun! God, I can't wait to start playing Pokemon Mystery Dungeon! I've never played before! Oh god. Look, I can't. I would be fine with anybody else. Thank you for the pet, Nico. Are you petting me or Noibat? Who knows? Oh, you just DM'd it to me? That's fine. Thank you. I'm gonna look at it after stream. All right, we're gonna do this again. Welcome. This is the portal that leads to the world of Pokemon. But before I can let you through, I have several questions for you. I want you to answer them sincerely. Are you ready? Okay, let the interview begin. Good job, Ducky. Thank you. I just don't like Pikachu, man. I just don't. You're offered a choice of 2 gifts. Which one will you take? Big box. I'm a big box kind of gal. Have you ever made a pitfall trap? No. I don't think so. Do you like groan-inducing puns? A little. Do you get the feeling that you've slowed down lately? No, actually. I feel like I'm doing more than I've ever done before in my life. See, I read groan-inducing pups at first, and I was like, what? Do you often yawn? Constantly. What do you do with your room's light when you're going to bed at night? I turn it off, but we do have a night light, but that's more for the baby. Somebody calls you weird but funny. How does that make you feel? Oh, that makes me so happy. I love being weird but funny. Can you go into a haunted house? Yes, with someone I like. I've actually gone into haunted houses before. Gore will not go again. Girl. Okay, there we go. Let's do it. Let's do it. All right. Yeah, I am just weird but funny. All right. Give me Trico. Give me Trico. Oh, I appear to be the calm type. No, third word. Third word, please. You can't do this to me. Psyduck with tits. I appear to be the calm type. You're capable of giving advice to friends with worries. That is true. I do that a lot, actually. In my previous friends group, that shall not be named because I don't think any of them like me anymore. I used to be the advice friend. Everybody came to me for advice. You don't like to fight. Also true. I really don't like to fight. I don't have an interest in it. You're a warm, kind-hearted person who cares. True. Okay, this one feels more accurate for me. You must have many friends who look up to you. Oh, nope, there it is. That's where it's wrong. I have 3 friends. I have 3 friends. But that's okay. However, you may also be somewhat gullible. Yeah, I can be. Yeah, Ducky, you're one of my 3 friends. As well as a little careless. That is true. Hi, Barrels. And even a little meddlesome. That is also true. I do tend to interject myself into things that have nothing to do with me because I just want to help. I'm trying to work on it. Oh, you think I'm lovely? Get over here. I'll kiss you. Kiss you on the lips. Come here. You might want to keep those points in mind. A calm person like you should be. Crossing my fingers. Okay. Alright. How did I give a list of like 3 Pokemon that I didn't want? And I end up with the first 2 that I didn't want. I really wanted Trico or Cubone, to be honest. I didn't even take Meowth. Bless me. Sorry. Try again. No, it's fine. I'll live with Charmander. Charmander's not the worst. I just don't care for the Charizard like hype, but it's not the worst. You appear to be the no, that isn't right. Which Pokemon would you like to be? Okay, thank God, Cubone it is. I do not want to be. I do love Trico, but I don't want Trico's dead eyes staring at me the whole game. So we're gonna go with Cubone. Yeah, whatever. Fucking Psyduck is, yeah, that is convenient. I didn't know you could do that. I wouldn't have, closed everything out. Cubone is based. Cubone is so based. Cubone is a cute little fella. I love him. Yeah, that's me. Also, Grim also has a skull for a face, and so does Tragedy in her wolf form. So... I'm okay with not having Trico. I don't know. I feel like skull for face on animals is very important. The boners stay winning! This is the boner zone! The boners stay winning. There's the final step. Who would you like to have as a partner? Oh, I can just have Trico as my partner. Or do I want Eevee as my partner? I have a skull on my face. Hell yeah. Everybody with a skull on their face is cool. We'll make Trico our partner. Because I love Trico. Should Trico be a boy or a girl, chat? Probably a boy. I don't want Psyduck to stare into my soul. This needs to be a Yuri. Boy, boy, woman. All right, we're 50-50. Okay, boy. Okay, we have 3 boys, 2 girls. So we're gonna go with boy. Gore, you can't vote twice. You already voted. Hi, Raphael. Welcome back. So a boy Trico? Yeah. What's your partner's nickname? Ooh. See, why was this my first thought? Why was this my first thought? I can't do that. Let's name him Trevor. Ducky is right. It's too late. It's too late, chat. It's too late. We have Trevor the Trigo. Treevor? Ooh, Treevor's good. I like Treevor. Treevor. God damn it, Treevor. This is why your mom didn't love you enough to give you an actual good name. Oh, wait. Look, it's supposed to be a weird name. Is Treevor alright for a nickname? Yes, Treevor. Didn't realize it would throw a thumbnail. That's fine. Oh, thank you for sending those photos. That makes me so happy. I love that for me. Hold on, I'm checking those real quick. Bum, bum, bum. Ramen kind of night. Ooh, the ramen. I'm not smelling your piss humidifier, Kula, but ramen does sound pretty good. All right, let's get in it. We're all set. Let's get you into the world of Pokemon. Let's go for it. Ba, 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 ba. Where am I? That's what I ask every day when I wake up. Am I dreaming this? Feel a pleasant breeze. I hear a voice from somewhere. I wonder who it is. Oh, it's Sans Undertale. Hey. Hey, wake up. Wake up already. Ah! Oh, Jesus. The little jumping. Oh, good. You finally came too. Treevor. God damn it. Oof. Ad bomb. Oh, sorry. What? Where is this? You're passed out here. I'm glad you woke up. I'm Treevor. Glad to meet you. Yeah, all the Pokemon are PNG tubers. So who might you be? I haven't seen your face around here. I haven't even seen my own face. Huh? You say you're human? But any which way I look at you, you're a normal Cubone. My little feetsies. Shake that ass! Get it, girl! It's true. I have turned into a Cubone. But why? I don't remember anything. You're some kind of weird. So what's your name? What do you call yourself? My name? That's right. My name is Peachy McMeachy. Beefy Molichi. Peachy. Alright. My name is Peach. Is Peach okay? Yeah. Uh-huh. Peach. That's a funny name. Why? It's a fruit. It's a fruit. There's literally a peacha berry. I'm like one letter off from the berry. Somebody help! Please! Huh? I hear shouting over there. Can you move Grim? Oh, yeah. I'll move Grim. Where should Grim go? We'll have him right here. There you go. He's blocking the Pokemon icon? Yeah, okay. I moved him. We moved Graham. Back from ads. Oh, welcome back, soldier. Yeah, your name is literally less human-like than fucking Treevor. Oh god, Butterfree. What's the matter? It's horrible. My Caterpie fell into a cavern. My poor baby. Oh my god, you're a mother? What? A huge fissure opened in the ground and my Caterpie fell in. How did you allow this to happen? He's too young to crawl out by himself. Oh, he can only crawl? He is a baby. Poor thing. When I went to get my baby, Pokemon suddenly attacked me. Damn, you got jumped? Huh? You were attacked? By other Pokemon? They must be enraged by the fissure and are out of control. That's what I think. I'm not strong enough to fend off those wild Pokemon. What will become of my baby? He's gonna be eaten. Sorry, Queen. It's okay, you can have another. Oh, what am I to do? Oh dear, oh dear. Milfer free? I hate that. Buttermilf? We can't just do nothing. Let's go help this kid. I mean, I guess. Look at my little run. I'm trekking it. Tiny woods. Oh. Could this be a mystery dungeon? I mean, that's what the game's called. It is! It's a mystery dungeon! A mystery dungeon is a truly mysterious place, I figured, by the name. The layout and the items change every time you enter. You can proceed by using the stairs, but first we'll have to find the stairs. Yeah. And you remember that Butterfree said the Pokemon in the dungeon attack, right? If necessary, we gotta fight. We could do it, Peach. Try using stick to walk. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Oh, very interesting control system here, I see. Use a move with A. Brick break. Quick attack. You fucker. Brutal swing. Enemy defeated. Dragon breath. Trico? Treever? Why do you know dragon breath? Hi, is it Crit? How are you doing? Why does Treever know dragon breath? Oh, and you like level up as you kind of just wander around? The more you know. Yeah, Treever is just that guy. X-Rit, and I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm playing Pokemon Mystery Dungeon for the first time. I've never played this game before, ever in my life. So we're doing our best. Yeah, fucking Treevor is built different. Sorry for giving you a stupid-ass name, bud. Ooh, stairs. Would you like to go on? Fucking... My heart will go on. You, yellow. Teammates, green. Items, blue. Enemy Pokemon, red. Stairs, white. Get him! Pokey is the money of this world. Oh, okay. 150 bucks, Treevor. I'm excited. I think I'll enjoy the game a lot. Fucking Treevor, though. Eat an Oranberry. Ah, push X to open the menu. I see, I see. Press L for auto mode. Well, I'm not gonna do that. That fucking defeats the purpose of the game. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. More money, please. I am a wealth grinding whore. I love money. Mwahaha. Alright, God, the controls. Oh, Sunkern, you're getting it today. I would like to go on. Tiny Woods, B3F. Again, why does he just know Dragon's Breath? Is that a path up here? Oh, it is. Okay. Oh, we're being chased. Get it! Jesus. Treevor. Treevor! That's Pokemon Mystery Dungeon for you. That's true. That seems to be true so far. Not yet. There's money down here. And this just leads back to where we were. Okay, bad. Yeah, Treevor is a menace. Third word, what were you trying to do? Mommy, where are you? Hey, kid. We came to rescue you. Huh? Your mom's waiting. Let's get out of here. Okay. I successfully completed the rescue at Tiny Woods. I'm also a menace? Oh, well, good to know. My baby's safe. I'm sorry. I don't know how I can ever thank you properly. Buttermilf? knock out a titty. And that's all the thanks I need. Ah, don't worry, lady. There have been a lot of quakes and fissures lately. It's dangerous. I'm glad your little guy's not hurt, honestly. Please, may I have your names at least? Hell yeah, I'm Trevor. And this is Peach. Cool. Buttermilk for the win! He's, staring at me adoringly. Those sparkly eyes. A little embarrassing. But this doesn't feel bad either. It's like I'm a hero. Oh, no wonder you like this game so much, Gore. It's a really nice early move, and you'll be even better later on. Ooh, good to know. Helping Pokemon in trouble might be a good experience. Thank you, Trevor and Peach! I know this isn't really enough, but this is a token of our thanks. Please accept it. She just pops out a titty. You got a tiny reviver seed. Oh, I'll take that too. You got a Peacha berry. See, this is my name. You got $500. Jesus! You just had $500? Thank you so much. Goodbye. Goodbye, Buttermilk. See you again. Maybe without the baby next time. Hey, thanks for helping me out. You're pretty tough. I respect that. So, what are you gonna do? After this, I mean. Trevor, are you asking me out? Say, Peach, if you don't have anywhere to stay, why don't you come with me? Trevor is inviting me back home. We keep it in our prison pocket, Gore. You pick me up, you pick up this Cubone and shake it, you can hear the jingle jangle on the inside. Well, this is the place. I mean, it's definitely not the worst place I've seen. Wow, I can't explain, but I'm happy. I love getting picked up by dudes in the forest. I'm a human being, but I like this place. I feel weirdly happy. It might be an instinct thing for Pokemon. To have a home? Yeah, probably. Maybe this is what it feels like to want to wag your tail. You have a tail, you could do that. It doesn't matter, I'm happy. Maybe I feel that way because I'm a Cubone. Or you just like having a roof over your head. Men with land. Yeah, you're just Irish. You just like having a man with land. Oh, Peach? I can tell you're impressed. Hi, JML. Yeah, sometimes we get picked up by men in the forest. I thought you'd like it. I figured you'd find this an easy place to live, Peach. What made you figure that, sir? In fact, I was sure that you'd like it. Did it make you want to wag your tail when you saw it for the first time, too? Your tail's, This is your mailbox. Mine. You don't live here? This is just, like, are you a landlord? Are you trying to sell me one of your rental properties right now? What's happening? This is where you'll get mail from other Pokemon. I've been a Pokemon for 5 minutes. You expect me to get mail? I don't have friends. You know that fissure Caterpie fell into? There have been other natural disasters like that all of a sudden. A lot of Pokemon out there are hurting from those disasters. I want to help Pokemon like that. You're a honorable landlord? I want to help make this a safer place for Pokemon. I mean, that's fair. And, I think you're capable after seeing how you did rescuing Caterpie. How'd you like to form a rescue team with me? I feel like I'm getting inducted into a cult. You're gonna offer me a house, a mailbox, and then you're just gonna rope me in? Peach, I think we'd make the world's greatest rescue team. How about it? I mean, I've never been one to say no to a cult, so let me in. All right, that's done it. Starting right now, me and you, Peach, we're partners. God, can I have a ring? Can I have lunch with you first, maybe? I'm counting on you. I guess to be fair, I've been in an almost 10-year-long relationship and I don't have a ring for that one yet either, so whatever. 5 minutes, 10 years, who cares? The team's name? Actually, I haven't thought of one yet. Yeah, this does sound like a trafficking scheme. Hey, Peach, what do you think would be a good name? Grit? I'll just say that your partner is kind of a stalker. He feels like it. Random. What's the random name option? Hold on. Shade? Not really. Me and Gore fuck around about it all the time. Treasure, tenacity, Lightfoot, Unity, Team Wisdom, Team Courage, Team Specs, Team Wonder, Team Fluffus. Why is that a random option? Team Seedlings, Team Pokemon. Team Pokemon is a little on the nose. Sparkly Day, Lucky Pals, Team Top Helpers, Team Allies, Team Ribbon Clan, Team for Help. Yeah, we're gonna go with that. Team for Help is so funny. What happened to you, Kulo? What's happened? It suits us. Oh, and one more thing. I had decided to wear this on the day I got started on the rescue team. I have 2 of them. Why do you have 2 of them? Why do you have 2 of them? Why do you have 2 scarves, Trevor? Oh, but yellow is my color. Good pick, Trevor. It looks good on me. I know. I always look good, Trevor. Wearing this makes me feel focused, like we're on a team, you know? I mean, yeah. Yeah, how many people has he asked before we got to me? Rescue team for help. It's such a funny name. Oh. It's like me crying out for help to get saved from this cult I've accidentally joined. We begin tomorrow. Let's do it.
Hell yeah! Let's do it!
And that is how Peach and Trevor began their careers together. Oh, this is a job. All right. As a rescue team. I thought this was like something you do in your free time. You know, like, I didn't realize this was like a 9 to 5. Jesus, this is one of those like cults that you live in, isn't it? Oh no. At least I know it's you if you somehow need help. That's true. The next morning, shenanigans have happened. Oh, look at my little nest. That's what my actual bed looks like too. I'm still the same. What, you were hoping you'd wake up a human in some hay? I wouldn't be. The way I look, I'm still a Cubone. I mean, I think that's a blessing, but whatever. But why would I be transformed into a Pokemon? I don't know, bitch. Why are you complaining about it? I would give anything for that right now. There are no bills as a Pokemon. You don't have to do college as a Pokemon. You don't gotta pay a mortgage as a Pokemon. The house and bed changes depending on the kind of Pokemon you pick. Oh, that's cute. I don't understand this at all. Well, time to jack off. Oh, that's right. That Pokemon. I think it was Trevor. We made a promise to form a rescue team together. I wonder what other promises he's gonna rope me into. I should go out. There were like all the starters from Gen 1. I'm looking at my house. Skitty, Eevee, Pikachu, Cubone, Trico. Yeah, up to Gen 3 starters and some extra Pokemon. True. Trevor, do you not have a house? Jesus! Ah, oh no! Sorry. I was so excited. I've been waiting out here till dawn. Jesus, get on some meds, sir. I guess I just fell asleep. Yeah, I'm stressed. Anyway, our rescue team officially begins. Let's do this right. Shake my hand. I promise it's not sticky and wet. So, we don't have any job offers yet. Yeah, I didn't think we did. Oh yeah, maybe there's something in the mailbox. I mean, it looks like it's like stuffed full, but it's probably all just like credit cards and bills. Oh, the rescue team starter set. I knew it'd be there. It's the rescue team starter set. You always get one when you start a rescue team. How many fucking rescue teams are in this world? Yeah, it's like all bills. My mortgage, my car insurance. All my human bills have followed me over. They somehow managed to get my new address. Rescue team badge. Toolbox. There's also an issue of the Pokemon News. Yeah, there's all sorts of good stuff in it. This rescue team badge is proof that you're in a rescue team. This toolbox too. Pokemon are just really fucking dumb here and keep getting stuck in dungeons. Oh no. You can use it to keep items that you find in dungeons. I'll put the stuff that the Butterfree gave us and oh, Buttermilk. Might as well put it to good use. Items are really useful. Let's use them on our adventures. And we have here a copy of the Pokemon News. It is useful information for rescuers. I'll leave the Pokemon News in the mailbox. You should read it later. And let's see, is there any other mail? Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I'm drinking coffee today. I just fixed my posture, but I'm gonna do it again just for you. Did we miss anything? Yeah, look over there, and I'll like run. I like to imagine that I keep all my spare change in my skull. Just rattles it around. Trevor checked the mailbox, but the mailbox was empty. How do I improve my ramen? Okay, are you making like instant ramen, or are you making like the packet ramen? Like top ramen packets? Because usually I season the water with onion powder, garlic powder, pepper, Italian seasoning, and then the packet. Mix it in there, let the water start to boil a little bit, put in the ramen, let it get like kind of like a little bit al dente on one side, flip it. Because I do this in a saucepan, by the way, I don't do it in a pot. Flip it, and while that's al denteing, I crack an egg in there, put some pepper on top of that bitch, put a lid on it, let it sit for like 4 minutes on, you know, medium to medium low, and then you just pour it into a bowl. Yeah, you could add some diced chicken. You could add some greens. You got kale, maybe some spinach. I don't ever have greens in my house, so I don't ever add any, but yeah, I know what's up. That's the only way I make ramen. It's delicious. You can add some soy sauce if you want. I don't. It makes it a little too salty for me, but you could. Someone clip this, I would need it. Yeah, you could just clip my ramen recipe. It's delicious. I love it. Or you could do it the old-fashioned way, and you can make, what's it called? Gore, what I used to make for you, where you boil the noodles in water by themselves, and then in a saucepan, you make a sauce, and it's like soy sauce, garlic. I use garlic, but whatever. Brown sugar, and red chili flakes. I think that's it. It's been a long time since I made it. But you make a sauce in the pot that way, and then whenever the noodles are done, you put the noodles, like you take the noodles out of the water and put them in there and mix it in with the sauce, and maybe add a little bit of water if the sauce is too thick. Delicious. Also really good. Jarlic. It's jarlic. It's garlic in a jar. It's minced garlic in a jar. I'm too lazy to mince my own garlic, man. Alright, no mail for us. Getting back into it. If there are any rescue jobs, we'd be getting mail, but I guess no one knows us because we just started. Yeah, it's been like 2 hours. It's been overnight. Nobody knows us. What's up? Oh, Pelipper, what's up? You got more mail? Damn! Pelipper, what the fuck? Maybe this is it. Peach, how about checking your mailbox? How about popping off my dick? Ooh. Me and Trevor. Okay, so he's got Quick Attack, Absorb, Dragon Breath, and Iron Tail. I've got Headbutt, Bone Club, Brutal Swing, and Brick Break. Okay. Lightning Room. Oh, I got Lightning Rod. Interesting. Dragon and Steel is crazy. Heck that motherfucker. Hell yeah. Oh wait, no, don't do that. Okay. Alright, maybe it's a rescue job request? Come on, what's it say? Peach read the letter. Bzz, bzz, bzz. I heard about you from Caterpie. Please, we need your help. Magnemite's in trouble. A strange electromagnetic wave flowed through a dungeon, and it stuck Magnemite and Magnemite together. If that isn't enough to form Magneton, it's not complete the way it is now. Please, we need help. Bzz, bzz, bzz. Magnemite's friend. Is that how Magnetons are made? 3 Magnemites just get stuck together? Alright. That news to me. Canonically, that's crazy. Like, I knew that, like, that's what their evolution was, but I didn't realize, like that's legitimately how they evolved. Yeah, you can put it on top. I put it next to the ramen, but you can put it on top, absolutely. And just put a lid on top and let it steam. Delicious. Oh, you're here. My friends are in this cavern. My friend should be on B6F. Please help them. Why don't one of y'all go down there and connect so it can be Magneton? Yeah, is Magneton 3 beings in one Pokemon, or is it does only one of the Magnemites get full consciousness and the other 2 are forced to watch and never be for the rest of their days? I want to know. I'm eating more of my tortilla. Don't mind me. Yeah, are they a hive mind? I really want to know. Technically 3 beings in one becoming a hive mind. Oh my god. Eat an apple to recover. Oh. I have to eat. I see. Huh. Something something Holy Trinity. Well, you know. Fuck it up, Trevor. Jump him! They don't get any smarter. That, yeah, I'd believe it. Uh-oh. Turns always go in order. If you don't move, neither will your opponents. Alright, well, it's fine. We're fine. See, Gore warned me that you had to feed them, but I don't think I really believed him. Walk diagonally? Oh. That's definitely an option. Ramen Adventures, too much garlic. Top fell off. Oh no! Use a spoon! Hold down ZL and pick which move you want to use. Oh. Get brick broke, bitch. Alright. Kula's spicy ramen adventure. It really do be feeling that way. What the hell, Kula? Damn. Bubbled up. You can use a spoon and still measure with your heart, sir. What is that? Oh my god. Ah, I see. Okay. We want to explore the dungeon, though, I feel like. Because we get money. Jesus fuck. Pour it on your hand and drip it in. I don't think I ever want garlic on my hands. Like, not jarlic, at least. I will not. Get bone clubbed, bitch. I want all the money. Why are you slapping a bitch with garlic in your hand? I should probably eat, huh? Oh! You son of a bitch. I keep pushing the wrong button. Alright. We got places to be, kids. Jesus, the running is, definitely something. Where the fuck did you come from? Hey! They bled into my food. Oh no. Stop it. Stop it. Yeah, I think a slap in the face full of garlic really would disorient someone, but I think if somebody slapped me in the face with garlic on their hand, I think I'd just kill you. Like, the running is like if you're using an emulator and put it on 10 times speed. That is what it feels like, yeah. Damn. Get brick broken, bitch. Alright, anyways. Boop, 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 boop. There's stuff down here. For me? Yeah, I use a frying pan. I don't use a pot. That might affect some things. Ah, that's cool. Good to know. Did you forget because nobody clipped it for you? Oh god, we're about to get jumped. Fucking Christ. You paralyzed it! I'm putting it out of its misery. Yeah, did you forget because nobody clipped it? I clipped it, I just didn't recheck it out. Oh no. God damn, y'all are stuck to each other. Come on, let's get out of here. Our bodies separated! Rejoice! That is something to be proud of. Yay! Yay! Be thankful, you two. You're our heroes, thank you. You got a big apple, an oranberry, $650. Thanks, kids. Have a good day. Who gave these literal children $650? Boy, I'm sure glad our rescue went well today. Yeah, me too, man. I have to admit, since it was our first job as a rescue team, I was really nervous. I'm wiped out. I'll go home and get some sleep. Let's do this again tomorrow. See you. Oh, we only do one a day? Sleeping in my little hay bed. What if they did all link up? That would be so funny. Where am I? Maybe, is this a dream? Yes, I am God. Show me the snussy. Oh? There's someone here. Who is it? Someone I know? I can't remember. Arceus, he's causing issues again. I think I dreamt something, but I can't quite remember what the dream was about. Oh well, today's another day of rescues. I wonder if I have any mail. Better check the mailbox. Whee! Better check the mailbox. I checked the mailbox, but there's no mail seeking help from the rescue team. Morning, Peach. You're up early. Oh, you checked the mailbox, did you? So, what's the word? Were there any rescue jobs? Not today. Huh? There's nothing? Oh, I guess that makes sense. After all, we only just started up. Well, no point in moping. Let's go check out Pokemon Square. I think there'll be jobs posted out the Pelipper post office. Pokemon Square's over this way. Let's go. You know, I told this man that I think I'm a human. And, he's really just never brought it up again. Oh yeah, I guess it wouldn't be Arceus, huh? This is Pokemon Square. Jesus! Sorry. The chameleon Pokemon scares me every time. Don't fuck with me. I have the power of God and anime on my side. Multiverse Complex, thank you so much for the raid. Gore, can I get a shout out, please? I really appreciate it. Hi, raiders. I hope you had a good time on your stream. My name is Peach. I'm your local... Ooh, sorry. Cyberpunk dog VTuber. Y'all are playing Persona 4 Golden, one of my favorite games ever. Fantastic. I hope you had a good time. I am a multifaceted streamer who plays pretty much anything that catches my interest. We just finished playing Elden Ring a couple streams ago, and today we are starting Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, which I have never played before, so we are having a good old-fashioned time. I'm also eating a tortilla, so please forgive me if at any point in time it sounds like my mouth is full. But I hope you had a good stream, and thank you so much for the raid. Yeah, is it Kessleon? Kessleon is creepy as hell sometimes, and... Also, is that just a shiny one? Or are they color variants? I don't recall if they're color varianted or not. I try not to look at them for too long. You can buy and sell items here. Bet. Hi, gang. That's Felicity Bank. You can save your money there. There's a bank? Okay, so that is a shiny. Aww, Gulpin Link Shop. Gulpin will link moves for you. Huh? What's linking? Well, if you link moves, you can use them together at the same time. If you need details, you'd be better off asking Gulpin. He's the only Kessleon in series that color? Huh! He's just a special little dude. I love that for him. This is Kangaskhan Storage. Store items here so they'll never be lost. If you have important items, store them before you head out in a dungeon. Very fair. I think Persona 4 might be my new obsession. Ugh, I can't blame you. I love that game so much. I actually bought a PS Vita to play it. The way it was like intended to be played, quote unquote. I love it so much. And the Makuhita Dojo is over there. Shiny Kessleons have a blue band on their tummies, nothing else. Aww, so he's the only purple Kessleon? Okay, he's okay, he can stay. At the dojo, you can learn or practice various maneuvers used in dungeons. How do you like it? The shops are useful, huh? There's also Pelipper's post office. It's straight ahead past here. I'm sure you can get information on rescue jobs there, so let's start with a visit to the Pelipper post office. Your partner will tell you all kinds of things. When you're not sure where to go, just ask your partner. There was a forest fire not long ago. It was terrible. Lucky Blastoise and Feraligatr were able to douse it quickly, but it could have been much worse if they were slower getting there. Jesus. I don't know why, but there have been many natural disasters lately. A lot of Pokemon have become wild and violent because the disasters scared them. It's a mean world out there. Yeah, you say it, bud. Oh, I really hope you enjoy Persona 4. It is so good. Eggs all fucked up. How'd you fuck up the eggs? What happened? Straight down that path. It's out by the cape. You can't miss it. I mean, alright, I'll go there. Since everybody seems to want me to go there so fast. So Persona 4 Golden is the remake. There's the original Persona 4 and then Persona 4 Golden. But I only played Golden, so... They kind of just sank into the broth. Ah, well, you know, that's fine. No worries. Poached or boiled. I'm sure they'll taste fine. Oh, it kind of looks like a teapot. This is the information is gathered from Pokemon Needing Rescue. Take a look at this. See this bulletin board? It lists rescue jobs. Check it out. Check it out. Tiny woods. Particular key wanted. Particular box. For nostalgia. Whoa, it's rough here. Someone. Oh. They're all easy difficulty. I want a dojo ticket. Oh, I can just accept all of them. Dope. There were jobs listed. I took all of the jobs. Yeah, how do they get messages out if they're lost? They do the job offers here, and then you'll get job offers in the mailbox. You, tell me more about this link thing. This is the Gulpin Link Shop. Info. When moves are linked, you can use multiple moves at once. If you link Scratch and Growl, you can use both of them on the same turn. You can make some super powerful effects. Ah, but your belly empties faster. Okay. Man, my 2012 sucked! I'm so sorry! Alright, what are you guys selling? Gravel rock? Health orb? Reset orb? What do you have? Oh, you have TMs. Very nice. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't gonna buy anything. I just wanted to see, like, what the difference was. That road leads to the dungeons. Yeah, it sure does. I already took a job. So let's go. Ramen Adventures update. What the fuck does that mean? Is it good? Hi Cookie, how are you? Let's do this one first since I only have one there. God, this tortilla slaps. I didn't get Cubone. They kept giving me Pokemon I didn't like. Jesus fucking Christ, bud. But I picked Cubone. Because I love Cubone. I got Pikachu the first time. And, Jesus. I got Pikachu the first time and Charmander the second time, and it was a bad time, so I went ahead and just said no and started over. I got eyes on me. I guess I am that iconic, truly. Stand next to the particular key and push A to check it. Alright, bet. Jesus! Oh. There's the key I need. Yay! Job complete! Look, I don't like Pikachu or Charmander. I feel bad, but I don't. I need more peach recipes. I will definitely give you more peach recipes. Rip my girl Charmander. I just don't like her. I'm sorry. Pikachu and Chumander. See you tomorrow. Alright, peace out. A-Town down. Yeah, yeah. This tortilla is so good, chat. I'm sorry, I'm going ham on this tortilla. Let's keep up our good work. Jesus! God! Oh. Hi, buddy. Digging is so much fun. Where am I? Yeah, me too. Hey, what's up? My apologies. My name's Diglett. I was having a blast digging tunnels in front of the Pelipper's post office. So much that I just kept on digging and I ended up here. Sorry I ruined your nice place. Don't speak for me, Trevor. He put a hole in my front yard. Are you saying you'll forgive me? Maybe. Just go easy on the digging. You don't want to wreak havoc with too many holes. Of course, thank you. From now on, I'll have fun digging, but I'll also make sure to patch up the holes from time to time. Try every time. Try every time, or else somebody's gonna stick their dick in it. Not me. But somebody will, and you're not gonna like it. You're gonna try and come up, and boop, gonna run into a fucking fresh ball sack. Thanks for the mail, bud. When I marry Gore, I'd like to fund your VTuber cookbook. Is it that good? I'm glad you like it. It's one of my favorites. I make it every time I make ramen now. It's like legitimately the only way I make ramen now. Yes, Nico. Welcome the rescue team. Just hold the badge up and it sends the Pokemon right back to town. That's crazy. Train at the dojo. If you have dojo tickets, you can train. Your moves will grow more than they do in the dungeon. Alright, cool. Ooh, I got 2 dojo tickets. A gift from the rescue organization. Ooh, more dojo tickets. Cool. Usually it's just wet noodles with salty hot water. Look, it doesn't have to be though. You can get almost twice the amount of money. That's all I needed to hear. Yeah, they said get your ass to the gym and I said no. I can get twice the amount of money. The client is with you. Oh. That was definitely a bold choice, client. Oh my god. Sorry. I'm trying to get my twice the amount of money. And instead, I'm getting jumped. Oh god, we're being chased from behind. Man, that just sounds like my life. Normal Friday afternoon for Peach. Alright, let's get out of here. Oh god! Wait, there's more stuff over here? There's not. Oh god damn it. Alright, let's go. This is the floor where you can find her box. That's cool. I know I found the box, but like, I'm just gonna go ahead and collect all the money real quick. We'll come back for the box. Don't worry, Miss Rattata. Stay with us. Jesus Christ. There's a lot of enemies down this way. Now there's one less enemy down this way. Hi, Stitch! Nothing really. It's just, we're just playing Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. How are you? I'm gonna take a nap. The food was so good. Kula's got a nap. Kula has to nap it off. Oh my goodness. The item I need's up here, so we're just gonna go this way. This is what I was looking for. We found it! Easy job. No. Because as you said, there is a request beyond this point. So we might as well just do both while we're here. Welcome to the greatest Pokemon spin-off series ever made. That's what everybody keeps telling me. So, I'm looking to see if that is true. Oh yeah, eat that cheesecake. That cheesecake's very important. I need an apple. Do-do-do. Get his ass! It is indeed goated with the sauce. Alright, come on, you. There you go. There's a request beyond this point. Let's get it. And we're getting extra money too. Damn, look at us. Ba 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 da ba. I break dance for fun. Ba 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 da ba. I break dance for fun. Is there a room there? I'm being chased. Oh, there's not a room there. Alright. God damn it, Rattata. Time to go on. Oh, there's Sunkern. Look, I know Legends Arceus is not a spinoff. I know it's a mainline game. It's my favorite. And I don't care what anybody says. It is my favorite Pokemon game of all time. Okay, so I had never played Pokemon Snap either until the newer one came out. I loved Pokemon Snap. I like legitimately had a ball with Pokemon Snap. I don't think I've ever heard of Pokemon Conquest. What's that? I will say I do appreciate them putting everything you need on the map so you already know where everything is. I missed. You fucker. Chest. Alright. It's a Pokemon strategy game, kind of like Fire Emblem. Oh, interesting. There we go. I just had to put them next to each other. Got it, got it, got it. It has no Bunga in it? That's crazy. No Bernago. Whee! Yep, we can get out of here. I completed 3 jobs with that. I'm proud of myself. I'm very proud of myself. Hell yeah. Fuck it up! We did good today. Yeah, I'm calling it a night for sure. I just did 3 fucking quests. Uh-oh. Time to have another dream about God. Again? Am I dreaming again? It's that Pokemon again. Huh? They're talking to me? I can't hear them clearly. What are they saying? Huh? It's shaking. An earthquake? Whoa, it's getting worse! For a dream, this feels strangely real, but... Bestie, wake up. Hatsune Miku? What if it was Hatsune Miku? What if Hatsune Miku was a Pokemon? Hello? 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 You are Peach, aren't you? I am? Who's talking to me? Oh, you can't see us, of course. How very rude of us. Jesus! Hi, Doug Trio. Is Hatsune Miku a Pokemon? I need that. Last night during the earthquake, our child Diglett was attacked. What the fuck? What? Diglett? He was whisked away to the peak of a tall mountain. We couldn't possibly climb somewhere so high up. That's why we must call upon you for your help, Peach. Diglett was abducted by a Pokemon named Skarmory. Fucking Skarmory. It's a vilely vicious ruffian. Please do be careful. Please, we need your help. Meloetta is pretty Miku-like. That's true. We must go. Jesus, fuck. Wait, it scooped your kid out of the ground? That was so sudden, there was no time to even say no. But I am concerned to hear that Diglett's been kidnapped. It's too bad. I'd better go. Hey, can Diglett maybe not be kidnapped? Jesus. Morning, Peach! Hey, I gotta fill you in. We got a job. Huh? Someone just asked you to go out on a rescue? Yes. Our child Diglett was kidnapped. Bitches? I thought y'all left! Also, are y'all raising your child in a throuple? Because if so, how very progressive of you. Yeah, how would a digger be kidnapped? I guess during the earthquake it came above ground and got? I'm not really sure. He was taken to Mount Steel's summit. Please, we need your help. Bye-bye. Alright. I see. Hold on. Diglett was the Pokemon digging holes here earlier, right? The kidnapping is worrisome. I guess we better go. Well, I want to go... fucking Diglett holes. I wanna come to the dojo. I can learn things at the dojo. Look at my little waddle. God, I'm the cutest. Dojo drills. Gold. For myself. Alright. How does this work? Or I guess we're about to learn. Defeat the enemies within the time limit. You can get lots of experience when you use more or super effective move. Just go for it. There's special rules so you'll walk super fast and you can revive as much as you need to. Go straight for those enemies. Oh. Oh, auto mode just takes me where I need to go, I suppose. Get him! Oh my god. Get his ass! Get his ass! Get his ass! Get her! Bone club him! Get him! Don't constrict me. I leveled up to 11. Jesus! No. So if I did a dojo drill, I do it for Trevor. Oh, they're just like ways to grind levels. I see. Okay. Go get his ass! Blast him! Blast him! Blast him! Blast him! Blast him! yeah! Seven, 8, 9. I can do one more. We'll do one more to get him to 11 too. And then I think we should be good. I just want them to match. Blast him! Yeah, Trico starting off with a dragon type move is a little crazy. Like, starting off with Dragon's Breath? A little insane. Like, right out the gate? Alright, there we go. Ba 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 ba. Do 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 do. All right. We're so strong now. All right, time to go. I am having a good time. It's definitely not what I expected, but it is fun. I don't really know what I expected. This isn't it. But I am having a good time. I need y'all to know, I've also never seen anybody play this game, so I really did not know what I was getting into when I showed up. Don't mud slap me. Rude. You can set stones or spikes to throw. Okay. Level up. Good job, Trevor. Alright, up we go. I'm gonna bonk ya. Get bonked, kid. So there are a bunch of Pokemon in this game, but only specific Pokemon that you can play as. And for some reason that makes me very sad. Oh god. Fighting for my life. What the fuck? Oh. I see. You were just setting up shop. Thank you. Didn't know that was an option. Alright, let's see. When you're in an adventure, you can check your teammates' moves. I don't care. You can use whatever moves you want, bud. So I guess Absorb isn't the greatest move to have going for you right now. Ah! Bitch. Hi, Mikeru. How are you? I know I could just go up, but I want the items. I'm being greedy. I'm being greedy. Let's head for the stairs. Yes. Let's take a look around. How are you doing, Mikeru? High rogues can be brutal. Alright, we're taking a look around. Just got done playing golf with friends. Ooh, okay, so I've owned that game for forever. I've never actually played it though. I've always wanted to though. Uh-oh. Tap him! Don't let him bide! Fuck this guy. Phone Club was upgraded. Fantastic. I will say the controls are kind of getting me, so that's why I'm letting the auto go. Get his ass! It's a little easier than trying to do the controls. Alright, let's keep looking. Stop mediating. It was my first time playing it. I really need to like sit down and play it. Alright, up we go. You dick. Ow! Stop it! What a fucking asshole. Yeah, how'd you do? Did you win? Stop! Alright, get that ball toy. Don't let him get you. So if you turn it on auto, they also automatically go for the berries and all the items, and then they go for the stairs. Good to know. I'll keep that in mind. So auto pretty much plays, I got 3rd place one time. Hell yeah. So auto pretty much plays the same way I play. Fantastic. Which is items, stairs. You'll watch my back. Oh, I appreciate it, Trebs. Treves. Oh god. I forgot I need to eat. I forgot eating was an aspect in this game. Goes down like every second, every second and a half. Get the fuck out of here! You can use a max ether or oh, that's what those are for. And I got a second one in here. I see. We can use it for dragon breath. Money! Get that money! Let's get out of here! Let's go! Diglett's over there. Diglett, how the hell did you get all the way over there? Are you alright? We're here to rescue you. I'm scared. Oh, fucking Jesus, Skarmory. You! What do you think you're doing here? We came to rescue Diglett. Hey, Skarmory, quit doing this and release Diglett. How dare you? It's their fault. I haven't slept in days because the earthquakes frightened me so. Every night we had them. Those earthquakes are caused by this brat's ilk running wild underground. Whoa, I don't think that's true. Sure, there have been earthquakes galore lately, but I think it would take more than Diglett's family running wild to set off a quake. You be quiet! We'll fight if you keep that up. It's useless. Skarmory is too steamed to talk reasonably. We're going to have to fight. Stop leering at me. You can't get me in a way that matters. Anyways, got it. Grr, I can't keep up. I'll flee for now. I love that I gave it wing noises, even though Skarmory's all metal. Hey, we sent Skarmory packing. You're safe now. Come on down. I can't. I'm too scared to move. Okay, no sweat. We'll go to you. Just wait. Whoa! Wow, this is some cliff. I can't see the bottom. Peach, what do we do? We can't get across this. Hey, y'all. Hey, it's those Magnemite from that rescue. We got word of this. We can rescue Diglett from the sky. Hold on to us tight. Don't be scared. We won't make the mistake of zapping you. Oh, you're not gonna show us how that happened? You're not gonna show us what that looks like? I want to see the bottom of the Diglett. Assholes. Oh, I was very scared. Maybe because I was up somewhere so high. My feet felt like they were walking on air. You have feet? Feet? He has them? Feet? Yeah, that's my question. Oh, well, you're safe now. Good thing, huh? Yes, thank you very much. Oh, you've been rescued. Great, great. Huh? What was that? Who said that? Whoops, you can't see us? That's terribly rude of us. Hello, Dugtrio here. Oh, Papa! Diglett, you had us worried. You're not hurt? Diglett's being raised by a trio of dads? I love that for him. Nope, it was scary, but I'm all right. It's all thanks to Peach's team. Thanks for everything. You're heroes. Sometimes a family is just 7 dads. Yeah, that's true for Dugtrios. If you want to thank anyone, thank our Magnemite friends. We couldn't have done this rescue on our own, right? Oh, how rude of us. Thank you so much. No. It was the only thing to do. And how both our evolved forms are just joined trios, I felt a certain kinship. After all, Pokemon must help each other. I'm impressed. Sincerely, thank you. We must be going, Peach. Tree boy. Thank you. Farewell. Damn, Diglett. How come Arceus lets you have 3 dads? True. $800? We'll be on our way, true. Wait a sec. Hold on. What is it? Listen, how would you like to join us? Join your team? Yes. We couldn't have done that last job if you weren't around, Magnemite. I thought we would need more help for doing rescues in the future. Hey, Peach, you think so too, right? Yeah, sure. So come on, how about it? Join our rescue team. What do you say? Rescue team. That sounds fun. But if you need us to rush over for rescues, we need somewhere to live close by. Is there anywhere we can live in this area? Well... Oh, there isn't. Too bad. Sorry, but we can't join you. See you. I have to build them houses?! That is too bad. But it's true that team members should be close by so that they can leave quickly. I guess we need somewhere Pokemon can live if we want them to join the team. I know! Let's go out to Pokemon Square tomorrow. There's this interesting shop called the Camp Corner. It wasn't open the other day when we went to the square. It might be open tomorrow, though. The shop is next to Felicity Bank. Usually Wigglytuff is there. We might be able to get some useful information there. Alright, so that's what we'll do tomorrow. We'll go down to Pokemon Square. Oh god, yeah, this is Animal Crossing all over again. Somehow we jump from Diglett has 3 dads to Animal Crossing. Again. It's that dream again. Oh, that was not the Pokemon I was expecting it to be. That Pokemon, who could it be? Jesus in a dress? Huh? I'm hearing better this time. What? Human? My role? Wait! Please, tell me more! Where's the duck? We need answers. Having a Gardevoir dream buddy? Yeah, we're having wet dreams for sure. We just haven't, like, processed it yet. Our brain said, oh, we're Pokemon now? Does that mean we can fuck the Gardevoir? I can't. Drifting off. Nutting on the ceiling. This is like a Devilman Crybaby kind of thing. The next morning. Oh god, my ceiling's white! Sorry. That was out of pocket, but it was funny for me. Morning, Peach! What's with that dazed confused look? You look half asleep. You weren't jacking off in your sleep, were you? Huh? You've been having weird dreams? What kind of weird dreams? I told Treebor about the dreams. Peach, you said you're really a human, right? So I was thinking, maybe those dreams have something to do with how you became a Pokemon? So let me ask you, Peach, what are you thinking? You want to go back to being a human? It's true, I haven't thought about it much, but do I want to become human again? No. Huh? What's wrong? You can't decide? Well, I guess so. It's a lot more fun hanging around with me. That's not why. It's because I think I got cursed for fucking a Gardevoir as a human man. Anyways, I promised we'd go to Pokemon Square today. Remember? We're supposed to go ask about how we can add members to our team. Let's roll already. Off to Wigglytuff. How do they know about humans? Because these are all just unclaimed Pokemon. I'm choosing to believe. Oh, there she is. I'm choosing to believe these are all just Pokemon that don't have human companions yet. What's good, baby girl? I gotta build a house. Welcome to Wigglytuff's Camp Corner. Oh? Is this your first visit here? Oh, I get it. You started a rescue team too, didn't you? You've come to the right place. I've been sent by the rescue organization to support teams like yours. My main role is to provide rescue team camps. Hi, Drum! How are you doing? Camps are a place for members on your rescue team to stand by until dispatch. You can choose different spots for your camp, like the forest or by the water. Make sure you build a camp that suits a Pokemon that you want to recruit. Normally you need money to build a camp, but I'll make you a special deal. Since you're here for the very first time, I'll give you 3 camps for free. Damn. Here we go. Camps, camps, we all love camps. Congratulations, you can now go to the Wild Plains, the Stump Forest, and the Sky Blue Plains now. Now you can recruit Pokemon that live in these camps. In dungeons, sometimes Pokemon you're battling with will want to be your friends. In that case, they may ask to join your team. That's it for now. Good luck. You're giving camps away. Can you also give my friends access to the power plant camp? I also want to join Team for Help. Okay, got you. I'm giving it away today. Girl, you can't just keep giving things away. You're gonna lose money. I'm doing good. We're playing Pokemon Mystery Dungeon for the first time. I've never played before. We just started not super long ago, but I'm honestly having a really good time. Sorry, I know my friend turned down your offer to join your team yesterday, but after mulling it over all last night, my friend got an overwhelming desire to become your team member. I apologize, but could you allow my friend to join your rescue team? Oh, wow. Don't forget, we're the ones that asked your friend to join us, so yes, that'd be awesome. I'm glad to have your friend on board. Alright, good on you. Do your best and try not to hinder your rescue teammates. Don't be a fucking burden. Maybe leftover trained Pokemon from the war? Maybe. That's a crazy sentence, by the way. Maybe they're leftover trained Pokemon from the war. Huh? Magnemite joined your team. You want to give Magnemite a nickname? Yes. Is it a male or a female? Doesn't matter. We're naming her Maggie. Maggie! Fuck it up, Maggie! I'll be resting up at the power plant camp. If you want me along for a rescue, come get me. Fucking Magnemite, how do they work? They just stick together, it's really weird. Take the left path from your base. And if you decide to take Maggie with you, from the bottom path from your base. Before entering a dungeon, you can edit your team. Good luck with your rescue work. Alright. Hello? What's going on over there? There seems to be a commotion. Uh-oh. Please help my friend! Please, I need help! Forget it. We're not about to work for that. But my friend needs a gust of wind, please! Hey, what's up? Huh? That scene there? Jumpluff's begging for a rescue mission, but not finding any luck. See that guy? He's an ass. There, the one in the middle with the pointy nose? The Pokemon named Shiftry. He's got his own rescue team, but his team's greedy. They don't work unless they get paid royally. Jumpluff's been begging for help, but I feel sorry for that poor Pokemon. Wait! What do you want? Damn, it's the daddy team. Oh, it's Alakazam! That's Alakazam? Hey, rather cold-hearted, aren't you? To save Jumpluff's friend, a strong wind is needed. Your leafy fans can whip up powerful winds. It's an easy matter for you. Help that Pokemon out. Fine, we'll do it. You. This is the daddy team. Wow, that Shiftry agreed without any argument. Hey, who are these guys? What, you don't know? It's Alakazam's team. They're the most famous rescue team around these parts. That's Charizard. His flamethrower can melt mountains. Okay, we're getting a little dramatic. And that's Tyranitar. He takes great pride in his armored body and amazing strength. And that's the leader, Alakazam. Alakazam doesn't like physical attacks. He fights with his psychic powers. He's endowed with an amazing brain and an IQ of 5,000. I'm sorry, the idea of Alakazam being like, hold on, I'm gonna do something so stupid. Give me 1 second. Hold on. I gotta go to YouTube real quick. It's gonna be the stupidest thing. Hold on. Hold on. We're almost done. 1 second. Oh my god, this is probably the stupidest thing I've ever done. Alright. Lombre sounds like he's always bored. Probably. Oh, good. Oh, wait, shit. I pushed the wrong button. Oh no. I'm trying to do something really funny and it's not gonna work. Yeah, endowed is definitely an interesting choice of word. Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck? I keep pushing the wrong button. What button do I need here? That's the button I need. Oh my god. Do 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 do. Okay, this is gonna be the stupidest thing I've ever done in my life. Where's my fucking filter? Hold on. Where's my fucking filter? Wait. There it is. Yeah! God, I took time out of my day for this. Hold on. My man said, I've got a 5,000 IQ. I'm constantly thinking about numbers. God, I love myself some numbers. Stupidest fucking thing I've ever taken time out of my day to do. That is all. Alright. I'm just gonna take that. Hold on, we gotta make it visible again. I'm just gonna put it over me, so at any time if I get confused, we can just slap some numbers over my head. There we go. Apparently he's memorized everything that's happened in the world. Yeah, I don't believe that. Alakazam does all the commanding in the team. He's clearly in charge. He's large and in charge. Thank you. No need for thanks. It's only natural that you get help. If anyone turns you down again, come see me. Take care. Cool. I wouldn't expect less from a gold rank rescue team. Look at them strutting their stuff. Shake that ass. Ah, what's wrong? What's up? It's fine. Nothing. Let's go. He knows the entire Poke rap by memory. So does Gore. He's not special. Whew, that was scary. Sheesh. Cool. Whew, Peach. That's what we've got to become. Let's get more members and make our rescue team first class. I want a knight. Not if I can help it. Gengar, causing issues. Look at that little strut. Gengar, come here. I want you on my rescue team. Get over here. Cutie. I'm so cute! Good morning, Peach. Let's keep up our rescue work today. Oh, we got mail. Spit it in. Spit it in me. Spit on me, Pelipper. Thanks, bud. Have a good day. I wonder what was delivered. Let's see. Pokemon news introducing rainbow gummies. Camps are for gummies. Gummies are for camps. Why are they so popular amongst rescue teams all over the world? They're tasty! And on top of that, they occasionally let you acquire a mysterious power called rare qualities. These are quite precious, but to celebrate the camp opening, here's a special giveaway from the Pokemon Rescue Organization. You received 3 rainbow gummies. They were sent to Kangaskhan storage. Power up by eating gummies at camp. And be the best rescue team. The end. Whoa, this is cool. There are 3, so let's eat them with Maggie at the camp. You can go to the camps from that road. Please do not tell Pelipper to spit on you, but what if I want it, Ducky? Ducky, what if I want Pelipper to spit on me? Yeah, I'm going. Oh, there's a lot of camps. Peach and Trevor came by. Eat a gummy! Ooh! Maggie acquired a new rare quality. Leave half. Good job. Trevor? Gummy for you! His speed rose by 1. Oh, okay. That's cool. Anything special for little old me? My special attack rose, and I look like I also acquired a new rare quality. It's called Squad Up. Squad Up. The more members you have on your team, the more likely that the Pokemon you battle against will want to be your friends. Ooh! What was Maggie's? Leave half. Oh, that's not bad. Okay. Damn, what a rare ability. The ability to leave half your meal on the damn plate instead of eating it all. He's a toddler, Ducky. You can't be mad at Maggie. She's just a baby. We're all babies. That's kind of crazy. We are tiny little baby adventurers. Oddity Cave. Strong foe. Let's go get a request. I don't think we have one. Oh. Oh, it's a shortcut. I see. Yeah. We'll just take all of the quests. I didn't mean to do all that. Alright, I was just gonna take all of them on that page, but I accidentally took all of them in general. Alright, well, let's go. Alright, so we got 3 at Mount Steel. Strong fire foe. That's fine. You can now select your team members. Select team number 1. Edit team. Use the empty slot and confirm your choice. Come on, Maggie. Now there are 3 members on your team. Time for an adventure. Select depart. Oh, you can withdraw. What if I want to... Oh, I can deposit. I can put all my money. Storing all the dojo tickets. Okay. Let's go!
Let's go!
Gore, are you having a good time? Don't fake out me. Oh. He wants to... Tyrogue? Camp Mount Discipline. Blast control level 10? Yeah, sure. You can hang out. Damage your team takes from explosions is reduced. Once you finish an adventure with a Pokemon that you befriended, that Pokemon will want to join your rescue team. Oh, there isn't a camp. Damn. Bunny just got a bath. Oh, hell yeah. Good for her. Oh. I unfortunately cannot take this guy with me then. I don't have a camp for him. Huge bummer. Bunny just got a bath. What a Chad. Tyrogue? I found Bunny! We're looking for the stairs on this bitch. There they are. Alright, we gotta go get Metadite. I'm liking it. It's pretty fun, honestly. It's... Oh, no. I'm liking it a lot. It is definitely, different than I was expecting it to be, but that's not like a bad thing. It just is a little different than what I was expecting. I don't really know what I was expecting though. It is very unique. Yeah, that is very true. Ooh, treasure chest. Alright, we gotta go get the Pokemon we were asked to get. Yay! Yeah, I can definitely believe it's the only Pokemon game like it. There she goes. Wake up, bitch. Wake up, bitch. Wake up. I leveled up. I found monies. All right, keep looking around. I did play the Pokemon Ranger games. Yes, I only played one of them though. I played the one on the DS, on the 3DS. And I had a great time with it, honestly. I just never beat it. You'd think I'd be better at drawing circles. I'm not, though. You'd think after playing Pokemon Mystery Dungeon as a kid, I would be better at drawing circles. However, incorrect. Alright, bet. Zigzagoon's in this game and it's not an option for me? I feel cheated. Oh, Raphael, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I greatly appreciate it. Your subs genuinely do help out when it comes to creating new content. 5, 6, 7, or 9. There were 3 on the DS, and that was the series. Oh, well, shit. I always thought there was just one. I only knew of the one. My bag's full, I think. Do I have any apples? I do. We love Prime subs in this house. Why can't I have that item? I wish more. Ever played any of the main Pokemon games? Yes, I've played pretty much all of them. With like the exception of I have not played the Sword and Shield DLC, but I didn't really or I did play all the Sword and Shield DLC. I didn't play the Scarvi DLC. But I also like didn't enjoy Scarvi, so I think that's probably why. Which way am I trying to push this bitch? Oh, I just need to talk to it. But no, my favorite mainline Pokemon game is Legends Arceus. However, I will admit that I have never beaten most Pokemon games. Like, I've played a lot of them, but I've never beaten very many of them, strangely enough. Oh, he paid me for giving him a fun adventure? That's really funny. Oh, thank you for the apple. My rescue rank will go up. See, that's what I want. I want the rescue rank. I want to hatch my egg, baby. But yeah, no, Legends Arceus is my favorite, so it has me crazy excited for Za. Legends Za? The Za? Super hype for Legends Za. Let's knock it off and call it a night. See, I knocked it off last night, sir, and apparently I was in the wrong. Alright, I just finished my coffee, so we're switching drinks. 1 second. Doing a drink trade-off. There we go. Legends Pizza. Legends that good kush. I love the za. Alright, we're keeping up our rescue work. Spit on me, Pelipper. Right in my mouth. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your service. Rescue team basics. Getting hungry. Alright, we got a job, bud. Go grab some more jobs. I love I was lying. Oh. Okay. Can I open more camps? Oh. Yeah, it really did. An hour into the game. Be like, oh hey, by the way, eat. The Wurmple, I think? Okay, cool. Just in case. Wait, how much money do I have? I have 600. I might as well just start buying them as I can afford them. So let's grab Thunder Crag. You know, just cause I can. Cause all I'm gonna be doing in this game is collecting teammates, cause that's all that matters to me, personally. I'm gonna keep collecting teammates until I find the loves of my life. And that's just how this works. Alright, we got 3 here. Some clients will want to come along when you complete their quests. That's fine, let's go. I don't know why you'd want to come along, weirdo, but whatever. You do you. Oh. Why are you right up on me? Anyways. Down the stairs. We're just gonna go take a look-see. Pokemon devs love to make huge written tutorials for basic mechanics, and the only people who need them are literally kids that can't read. Also, they told me about the sleeping earlier, or about the eating earlier in the game, but that's the first time they really were like... They were like, make sure. You can, but it's all just a little, it's like an 8-bit sprite, essentially. You can't actually really, like, enjoy the camps. Anyways, we're looking for the popular ribbon. Yeah, it is a little lame, honestly. I kind of had that thought, too. Rigger called me. How'd it go? Yeah, I figured you probably could walk around their camps, but you can't here. Geodude's popular ribbon. Grab that for him. Her? Alright, we're just gonna scoot. Hey, get away from my client! Asshole. Yeah, so far it doesn't seem like you can, but maybe you can. Oh wait, no, I need that apple. We need to trade that with something. Okay, move over. Swap that with... We're not gonna get poisoned. Just swap. Maybe it'll let you walk around their camps later? I doubt it, but I hope so. I want to be able to walk around their camps. I want to get to know these people. Bring Wurmple to Nidoran's side. Alright. Bro sent me 4 versions in 20 minutes. Ugh, I love when I get to work with people like that. It's the best. Wurmple, come on. I haven't gone. I just received an old mini refrigerator. Oh, mini fridges. Hell yeah. You didn't really miss too much. I'm just kind of wandering around. Just doing little requests, hanging out, chatting, chit-chatting with chat. Nothing super interesting has happened, but you never know. Found a gravel rock. Okay, everyone can use a gravel rock now. Gotta get mining. I'm gonna need Rattata to back up a little bit. And up we get. We're gonna eat an apple real quick. I think I've got one more quest past this. If not, just wasted that apple. It was dirty as get out, so I had to clean it. Oh, it had spiders in it? Oh, that's the worst. Oh, well, I did just waste that then. Oh, well. Oh. I hope you got it, like, spick and span, man. Ooh, a revive all orb. Here's your bow. Your ribbon. Wigglytuff orb! Max elixir. You could walk around their camps and talk to your team members, but they got rid of that. Oh no! I really was looking forward to that. That's a bummer. It's a big bummer. Oh. Oh, do you live somewhere like where we live, where it's just always hot as hell? Let's keep up our good work. Is this the place where that team named For Help is based? There's nothing here. Oh, are they like the evil team? Aww, what cute Pokemon to pick for that. Depressing, isn't it? Keh, who'd run a rescue team from a dump like this? Unbelievable. What's with you? Oh, over there, a mailbox. Yeah, check it out. Whoa, hey, what do you think you're doing? Yes, rescue job offers. Ooh la la, isn't that rather tasty? We'll have them all. Hey, those rescue jobs were meant for us. Don't butt in. Keh, doesn't matter who does it. We're a rescue team too, I'll have you know. But all we ever get up to is no good. Want to know how it works? If we have the cover of a rescue team, we can get away with so much more. Oh my god, y'all are criminals. We have our eyes on world domination. Oh my god, they're criminals! What? World domination? You heard right. That's why we're raking in the cash and adding to our gang. Oh my god, they're a gang! The world will be ours. The rescue team of evil. Team Meanies is who we are. They call themselves Team Meanies. Oh, they're so cute. Team Meanies is blasted off again! Oh my god, they're the mafia, for real, for real. What a bunch of creeps. Yeah, they stole our mail. That's like a federal crime. They cleaned us out. No, they didn't. It's Pelipper time. They should have waited till after the Daily Mail drops. Thanks, bud. We lucked out. Pelipper's brought us some more mail. We can go back to rescuing. But those guys, they're not getting away with anything the next time I see them. That's right, strangle them with your big old frog hands. Yeah, can you move? I'm trying to get the mail, sir. Da-da-da. Oh. And then we'll add that. All right. Why not just choke him? Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Ooh, Tiny Woods has a... Okay. We're gonna do the one that only has one. I want to try this Wigglytuff thing, though, so I'm gonna withdraw all my money. Though I am gonna... I'm gonna store some of these Pecha berries. I don't think I need that many. Hi, window licker. How are you doing? How's the window licking? How's it going? All right, let's go. Gore's having the time of his life. I can tell through the phone, or through the screen how happy he is. Get his ass! Oh, he's... I don't have any space for you. Sorry, bud. Though, let's go ahead and use this Wigglytuff orb. Grass type Pokemon, electric type Pokemon, fighting type. Poison, grass type. Pokemon that like humidities, unique Pokemon are found here. Oh, you're obsessed with our husband? Our husband. Jesus, here we go. Thought you had a camera set up to always be looking at Gore. I'm doing all right. I have a little bit of a headache that I'm kind of just working on right now. Kind of just being gentle with. Oh, I forgot to take my meds today. Gore, I'm sorry. I forgot to take my meds. But I'm doing pretty good. Honestly, Gore, if you have the time, could you, Sorry, mommy. Gore, if you have the time, could you bring me my meds, but also can you bring me 2 of the pain pills from the medicine cabinet in the kitchen? I'd love you forever. I want to keep playing, but don't want my migraine to stop me. So... Run! Run to the stair! Oh god. Ducky, why are you asking my husband for double penetration? What's happening right now? What the hell's going on? Or are we asking for Dr. Pepper? And I misunderstood. Oh yeah, we don't have Dr. Pepper in our house. Well, we do. We have the rest of my Dr. Pepper from Chick-fil-A earlier. Yeah. But we don't have any, like, canned Dr. Pepper. Sorry. There you go, Sunkern. I mean, we can swap spit however you want. Alright, time to knock it off. You can drink my backwash, yeah. I'll make sure to backwash extra strong for you, Ducky. Who's yelling at me? Oh, hey, what's up, Caterpie? Please, please help my friend! What's wrong? I was playing with my friend Metapod, but Metapod got lost in the woods. He's still out there. Oh my god, these fuckers. We're here to save your chum, Metapod. You think you can do this rescue with your amateur level skills? Doesn't matter who does the rescuing, see? The guy that gets the does the rescuing gets to be the hero. So listen, Caterpie, how about we do this? How about you give the reward to the team that brings back your chum first? But I don't have any money. Oh, don't you worry about that, my little friend. I'm sure we can get a nice reward from you when we're done. We're gonna wring you to death in front of your mother. You can even join our team. There's an offer you can't refuse. When you join us, Caterpie, we'll let you be the big wheel on Team Meanies. That's the deal, Trevor. Forced to rescue wins. Oh my god, they skedaddled. You just want an apple juice? I mean, I don't have any of that either, but I think I'd pee this color of apple juice if you want some of that. Alright, we gotta roll. Oh, thank you for the handful of pills that are vastly different sizes. I've never really noticed that before. Do we need to get a cold water? I mean, I'd rather not, but thank you for the offer. Hold on, I gotta take my meds. I gotta take my meds so I'm not a crazy lady. And then I also have to take my meds so my migraine will go bye-byes. Chat, don't forget to take your meds at 7 p.m. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm hydrating with an Izzy right now. Good old-fashioned sparkling grapefruit Izzy. Delicious. And posture check. Oh, I'll do that while I'm sitting here. There we go. I take my meds and chat disappears. That would be so funny. Alright, we gotta go help this fucking kid. Let's go. Oh, the Sinister Woods. Why the fuck were you kids hanging out in a place called Sinister Woods? I never even existed. You were all just figments of my imagination. Hey, buddy, what? Can you send Gore to read it to me like a bedtime story? Gore, go read Kula's homework to him, I guess. Alright, we gotta go. Is Gore realer than Peach? Yeah, 100%. I've touched him. Sinister Wood? I thought they were making beads! Alright, Metapod's lost in these woods. Gengar's crew should have a head start on us. We should hurry. I'm running in this goofy little music. The music here is so goofy. Oh god, we just poisoned the fuck out of that Oddish. Alright, let's look. Ooh, when you wave a wand, it sends out a mysterious power. I got a slow wand. Ah. Pop it! Pop it! Oddish, I don't have a space for you. Sorry, bud. I hate to be the one to break it to you. It's a Sudowoodo! Get his ass! Don't let him trick you! Alright, we're safe. This music is so goofy. There's a fainted Pokemon! Oh no! Sudowoodo, piss off. Alright, we gotta get our money. Get that training switch. Please, eat the apple. Be okay. Oh. Yes! Okay, sorry. This is what I wanted. Oh, this is the best. Oh, I win. It's so scary. It's sinister. It is sinister. Woo! Dog! That's exactly what I wanted, was a dog. So I am very happy, very content. Oh god! I am winning. I just got a dog. Look at him. Look at his little Pete's. Oh, look at his little Pete's. Sunflora, mind your business. Maybe I'm thinking too much about this, but we're a group that rescues Pokemon, but we kill Pokemon in the game. We just knock them out because they're in the way. They're mean. Trevor is trying to learn Mega Drain. Get rid of Absorb. And do Mega Drain instead. Good job, Maggie. Up, up, leveled up. Oh, hi, Swinub. Get brick broken, bitch. Ow. You're really gonna mud slap me? Or... Brick Break was upgraded. Alright, let's go. Level 3. Sir? I gotta find an apple. I mean, I don't care about Farfetch'd as much as I care about Poochyena, but... Yeah, exactly. Sequoia gets the vibe. Don't you sweet scent me, you son of a bitch. Anyways. Kill it! Look, dog Pokemon are my favorite. I think legitimately, like, every dog Pokemon is, like, all of my favorite Pokemon I think are legitimately dog Pokemon in some way, shape, or form. Go get the apple! Alright, time to bring it back. I'm gonna starve. We are civilized city Pokemon is a crazy statement. Hey, buddy. Yes. I'm getting so many babies. I'm gonna starve to death, however. Oh my god, there's another one! I don't need this many Poochyanas. Not if I starve first. Chad, I'm about to starve to death. No, Oddish, go away. No, I didn't say I'm getting so many babies. I said I'm gonna starve to death. For it. Mind your business. Man, I was really hoping there was an apple somewhere. Oh my god! I see the fainted Pokemon. I don't have food. There's nothing I can do about it. Sunflora? No, baby, you can't come with me. Go on. The story of Thanksgiving is giving all of your food away and then starving to death? Because if so, goddamn. Sure pizza being about colonialism. True. Yeah, we're going for the stairs. I don't have an apple. Sorry, babe. Yes, I really want to proceed. Jesus. Does eating normal berries not help with hunger? I don't think so. Nope. It does not. Your girl needs food. Oh my god! It ups my hunger by like 2. Ah! This forest really is sinister. Good luck editing your videos, Multiverse. I'm fighting for my life. Jesus, this forest is sinister as hell. Please, God! Please, God! Oh my fucking god! This forest is sinister as hell! This is my last Oranberry! I'm out of apples! I should have bought apples upstairs. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Oh no. Ugh. Hold on, is there a way? Pokemon status. No, gameplay basics. No, no. If you faint in a dungeon, you get hungry. Recruit team members. Change the leader. Okay. Oh no. Wait. I didn't buy apples, no. Oh, plus. Okay. We're saved. We're saved, team. We're good. I can buy apples, I just didn't, because I'm stupid. We need to up Dragon's Breath. There we go. Alright, let's maybe we'll find an apple on this floor. And we'll be safe again. Leveled up. Oh, I did. Not gonna refill my stomach though, is it? What the fuck? I don't want to learn that. Yes. That's money. God damn it, I just need an apple. Where are the apples in this bitch? That's not an apple either! God, fuck me. We're gonna get to a very dangerous point here soon. No apples or healing items for me. Wait, no, don't go up. Don't go up. The fuck? Yeah, Team 4 hung. Oh, apple! Oh my god. Okay. I could also do for some, like, healing things, but, you know, we'll live. There's a lot of, like, enemies over there. I feel like this is a bad idea, but we're gonna go anyways, I guess. Oh, man. Blast him! Next! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, don't faint. Oh, God. Maggie is so underleveled. Oh god, use a reviver seed, please. Oh my god, when you use a reviver seed, you wake up at the same level. You wake up at the same level of hunger that you, like, fell asleep at. You've got to be so fucking for real. That's the worst news. So if you die of hunger and then you revive yourself, you're gonna wake up at the same level of hunger. That's awful! Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. Welcome to Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. That's the worst. This game was for children? How many floors does this fucking place have? Don't forget to eat, kids. God forbid you end up in a monster house. What? Gore, you have to be fucking lying to me. You have to be. Okay, big ass apple. Okay. It's post-game. Oh my god. And I don't care if there's a fainted Pokemon somewhere. I need this apple. Ooh, and leave half means I get to keep half the apple. Thank God. Get him! Get their asses! Chest. I win. You can only get some legendaries from those really long dungeons too. That's crazy. I didn't even know you could get legendaries in this game. That's insanity. No, Sunflora. Oh, Brave Bird. I also can see the value of a good AoE attack. Also, can I just talk about how much I love Brave Bird? Like, both the name of the move. The name of the move makes me emotional. Like, you're being such a good bird. You're being so brave. Down. Doing everything you can. It's just the bird suicide bombing, but that's a good bird. He would do anything to protect you. That is a brave bird. Pretty sure that move's called kamikaze in Japan. Is it really? Oh, there's apples here. Fuck you. Ah, do not play rough. I get so eepy. Uh-oh. Don't leer at me, you fucker. Yeah. Get his ass. Oh. Okay. I got 3 apples. Well, don't mind if I do. Eating some apples. Brave Bird is a direct translation. Love that for me. God damn it. Thank you. There we go. Did I say oomph? Oof? I probably did, yeah. God, you level up so slowly now. Or you heal so slow. poisoned. No! Okay. We're good. Fucking assholes. How did I go from this game's easy as hell to fainting multiple times in one run? Is that a Paris? I'm not giving you one of my apples. I need it too much. Yeah, it tumbled me so quick. It recommends that you do quarter fights. Hi, Tangy. How are you? I guess that's fair. I didn't really think about it that way. God, there's so many fucking Pokemon. I am glad to hear that you are doing well. I already stepped on the Wonder Tile. I don't have to step on it again. I guess I do. Shroomish, go to hell! Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. Let's look for the fainted Pokemon. No. I think I only have one apple left. Yeah, sorry, bitch. I've got one apple left. Yeah, you can wait. Unless there's an apple here. What's this game like? I've seen about it, but what's it actually like? Yeah, it's just a dungeon crawler. This is my first time playing it as well. I had never played Mystery Dungeon, any of them, before until today. But yeah, it pretty much is just a Pokemon Isekai dungeon crawler. Yeah, the Paris. Good luck. Good luck, Paris. Oh. Alright, I need, okay, there it is. I was about to say, I thought I picked one up. Range attacks feel like a necessity. Yeah, I can agree with that for sure. But yeah, no, you get isekai'd into the Pokemon universe. And you then create a ranger team with your partner Pokemon. My partner Pokemon happens to be Trico. They let you pick your partner Pokemon, which I appreciate. I picked Trico. But you take a test and it assigns you a Pokemon based off of your answers to that test. I kept getting Pokemon that I didn't like very much, so I ended up picking Cubone. But you can be better than me and choose to keep the Pokemon assigned to you. Yeah, pretty box, true. And you go around these woods, all these little dungeons, and you rescue Pokemon that are trapped in them. Or sometimes bring Pokemon to their friends, or, you know, you can do all kinds of stuff. Oh my god, that's a big-ass tree. Am I chasing these guys? Ah, big trees! Oh yeah, he did say oof. Jesus fucking Christ. Ducky, you can't trick me with that again. I didn't even look. Don't confusion me, you asshole. Look, I don't know, but for whatever reason, that didn't make me flinch at all. It was as if I knew. It's as if my gut was like, she's gonna do it. I would do it, get like, I don't know, a drowsy, and then cry about it for 5 hours, and then pick something I like. I mean, that's essentially what I did. I got Pikachu first, and I cried about it. And, took the test a second time. And then I got, took the test a second time. Oh my god. I got Charmander. And, went no. Pikachu is so basic. See, I'm glad you get the vibe. Pikachu is too basic for me. Can I level up? Thank you. I might have to do some more training. Oh, Gore, one of your faves is in this. You fucking asshole. Brick break. Hey, can you Mega Drain that over to me? I do like those Facebook BuzzFeed what am I tests, and they're always the most basic answers. Ugh! That always hurts so bad when you take those and you're like expecting something super cool and you get the most basic bitch answer. Oh, it's these guys again. You know who's gonna get to Metapod first? We are. So for you to go on ahead, well, we can't let that happen. What? Hey, Gengar, why do you always try to mess with us? Oh, didn't we tell you? Or her aim is world domination. We'll take whatever reward we can get from Caterpie, and Caterpie will join us too. That brings us closer to our goal. And for that, you lot are in the way. Sorry to say, but your party's over right here and now. Say goodbye, Trevor. Hey, can we not... Gengar... Oh, we start this fully healed. One or several Pokemon moves have been sealed. Okay. Fucking curse body. Kill him! Hey, you asshole! Oh, fucking Nightshade. Okay. I was hoping they would all attack me, and instead they're all attacking... Oh god, far-fetched! The Gengar will only lose to the Poochyena, and that's even a maybe. It's so true. Yeah, this is why there were all those fainted Pokemon. Fucking Gengar being an asshole. Alright, Gengar's out. Oh god, Metacham's out. Ekans is out. Gengar's an asshole. He's literally a part of a team called Team Meanies. They want to take over the world. Alright, there they go. They're skedaddling. There's no way they'd lose, but he's smelly. True. Where's Metapod? Oh, hey, baby. Hey, little one. I did come looking for you. Let's get you home. Yeah, their name is Team Meanies. I was scared, so I kept my shell hardened, and I waited and I waited. Oh, poor baby. Yeah, my team name is Team for Help. Because I'm here to help. Yes! Yes! Every time I get a Poochiana, I always name him Poochie. I don't know why. It's like such a like basic kid name, but it makes me happy, so. Farfetch'd absolutely can stay. His name's gonna be Farty. Yay, Farty! I should have named him Miku. You're right. Welcome back, Metapod. I don't have any money. I mean... Oh, I don't think Banette's in this game. I wish, though. We don't need a reward. It's just good to see that Metapod's back safe and sound. Cool. You're even more cool than I thought. I want to go on rescues when I grow up. That'll be awesome. Go for it. I have an idea. Peach, how about we do something right here? Why don't we make a properly impressive rescue team base? That's cool. A rescue team base is cool. I want to work here when I grow up. Me too, me too. I don't need 2 Butterfrees. That's settled then. Let's make sure we build ourselves a proper rescue team base. Peach and Trevor, thank you again. See you around. Take care. Going home. Take care going home. There we go. I do love Banette, though. When I played Scarvi, I had a Banette that was my jack of all trades. She was my crackhead. She only had moves that did something random, and I loved her. And we worked for free, and we got to beat the fuck out of Gengar. Good night. It's bedtime. My cat's hogging up half my sheets. Oh god, my cat does that every night. But my cat's a 20-pound fatso. Oh, good morning. I want to eat some of my food. Let's keep up our good work today. Hello? Huh? Who could that be? Ow, 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 ow. Tinky Wingy, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. I'm glad you're having a good time. I'm gonna take a bite of my, dinner real quick. It's cold. See if it helps my meds kick in. That's Tingeth Wingeth, Lord of Tingland. That's so funny. Oh yeah, this is the guy that they turned down. Yeah, what's up? But Shiftry, he hasn't come back yet from the rescue mission. Oh. Our friend Jumpluff got wedged between some rocks. I mean, Jumpluff can go anywhere, but if we catch a wind, but although the sky is full of thunderclouds, for some reason the winds haven't blown. Not even a breeze? That is strange. Shiftry's leaves can whip up powerful winds. We thought Shiftry's wind would be able to dislodge our friend, but Shiftry hasn't come back. If it doesn't sound like that tough of a rescue, that's weird. Oh? That's the spirit. Your look says you won't need to be asked. That's it then. We'll go look for him. Leave it to us. Let's get to it. I gotta do some leveling up first, actually, if you don't mind. Oh, Yoru, hello. Thank you for the stretch. Oh, good night, Kula. Thanks for coming around. Fuji! You're level 13. Have a gummy. And attack, howl, tackle. Your moves are not great, buddy. What's Barty got going for him? Level 13. Brave Bird, Aerial Ace, Fairy Cutter, Fury Attack. That's not bad. Buy apples? I am planning on buying apples. Maggie's there. Alright. I'm going to buy apples. Excuse me. Oh, did you just see the Noibat? That's my baby. No, there are no apples. Can I buy something from you, though? Alright, I managed to get a shiny Noibat and Sword and Shield. I love shiny Noibats. Hi, Ringy, how are you? I love all Noibats. I have a Noibat on my PC. I've got... You can go back to the first dungeon and farm apples. Good to know. Oh. Tired, just got home from work. Ugh, I feel that. Or second dungeon? I don't have to do, like, these important storyline ones immediately, right? Ampharos? Mates that... Okay, cool. And then we're gonna replace Maggie with Poochie. I did choose Cubone. I love Cubone. You can also do an unlimited number of side quests. Oh, bet. I do love Cubone. Out of all my options that I was given, had to go for Cubone and Trico. You son of a bitch. Alright. We are farming apples. We need lots of apples. Okay, good. I just wasn't sure if I had to do story-related stuff first. But now that I know I don't have to, I'm just gonna keep farming apples. What happened with you? What happened between you and Sudowoodo? What did he do to you? Is it because he looks like a grass type and he's not? I don't remember, I just don't like it. That's fair. Okay, I will waste an apple on you. Yeah, I got lightning rod, bitch. You can't hurt me. You keep zapping me, ho. Alright, let's go. Alright, you are coming with me. We'll give you a normal apple. Oh, a crater. Oh, I don't have the crater. Probably is that, knowing me, somewhere along the line of growing up, I probably used fire moves against it and it didn't work. Oh. I don't have that other. I have 3 brain cells. Same. It's so relatable, actually. Man, I don't have the area for Magby. That actually kind of hurts my heart a little bit. I'm so sorry, buddy. I wanted to take you with me, but I don't have what I need. Don't mind me, I'm also eating dinner while Otto's on. So, I think Cubone and Trico are my favorites too. Oh, y'all see that guy there? Because I didn't see that Sudowoodo there at all. It worked. My brain went, that's a tree. I'm just eating these plain seeds just to get them out of my inventory. Smelly Sudowoodo. You said stinky. Die! Yeah, you got it, buddy. Alright, we gotta... Oh my god. Spiky trap? You gotta be so fucking for real right now. Oh my god, I'm being chased. Look at the map. Fucking Sunflora. I like Bellsprout, it makes me happy. I will agree with that. There are definitely some that make me happy and some that I'm like, why do you exist? I'm gonna be honest with you, a lot of the why do you exist ones are from newer Pokemon games. Let me up. See, I heard rumors that there's Houndour in this game. And I want him. Hi, Berkey. How you doing? I'm trying to farm apples, by the way. That's why I'm kind of just running around in here, even though I don't have a quest. Yeah, they did just make a Flamingo in Scarby, and I didn't like it. I didn't like Scarby at all, if you want to be honest. I like the story. But I really only liked Arven's part of the story. I didn't care for anybody else's part of the story. I want to go see the Spy Family movie, yes. I need to see if we even have tickets out here for it. I'm not sure if they've already come out or not yet. Mystery Ungen? Yes. Mystery Ungen indeed. It was good? Oh, I need to sit it. Built 2 push-button stations at work and then went to a meeting. Ugh. Ooh, that COD sounds good though, so... definitely not Goob for that. Oh, is that the only one I had? Oops. Yeah, Scarby was cool with the open world. I will 100% agree with that. The open world was great. I love the open world. Some of the new Pokemon were pretty good. I like Tinkaton. I like Tinkaton. That's really it. I like Tinkaton. I'm like trying to think of what else I liked. I like this story, but again, really only Arven's part of the story. The rest of the story was kind of whatever. I fucking hate Nemona. It felt super hollow. And I think they would have I think the map issue wouldn't have been an issue had they just, and you're gonna think I'm crazy for saying this, if they had made the Pokemon actual size. I think if they had made the Pokemon the actual size that they're supposed to be, I don't think the open world would have felt so empty. But because they decided to make them all hella small, the open world felt empty as hell. And yeah, the fact that most of the stores in the city you can't interact with pissed me off. I know it'd probably crash the game, but that's your job as a game dev to figure out, not mine. You know, like... I know, Scarby is Gore's favorite, and I really don't get it. I genuinely don't get it. Gore was like, it's my favorite, and I was like, I think you're crazy. I can't see the screen. Alright, I'm about to get damaged. Alright. I only started playing Alola afterwards. I love Sword and Shield. Sword and Shield are my favorite mainline series games. I think they had just enough open world to be fun but not overwhelming. I think it was smart of them to put the main story on a linear scale like everybody was used to, while still giving you that open world experience with the wild zones. I think for what it is, the Pokemon are all good sized. I very rarely felt like the Pokemon weren't the proper size that they should be. I loved almost every single new Pokemon design that they came out with for that generation. Like, I genuinely have very little issues with Sword and Shield. Sorry, I'm trying to think. Yeah, I think the order for the gyms in Scarby was fucking stupid. The fact that I had to pretty much walk Gore's little brother through that process and pull up an online walkthrough just to see what order I had to go in when I played it myself was fucking ridiculous. Yeah, so you're not supposed to, that's the thing, is when they advertised the game, they said, oh, you can battle them at any point in time. You can do it however you want. That's a part of the appeal. That's not true, though. You cannot just battle them at any given time. You can't just, like, you have a specific way that you should go to do it appropriately, so you're not over-leveled or under-leveled. And to find that way, you had to look up a fucking walkthrough the same weekend the game came out. Ugh. Plus the fucking glitches. The glitches alone made me want to die. Oh my god, yeah, it was so confusing for kids. We were fucking on Thanksgiving vacation playing this fucking game, and I'm pregnant, and I didn't even want to touch the game. Like, I I don't think you'll understand how crazy that is. Me, a Pokemon fanatic, did not want to touch Scarvi on my vacation while pregnant because of how much I was starting to hate the game so quickly. Like, I had a whole vacation and I chose to go outside and take a walk. Oh yeah, I remember you telling me that you returned it, and I don't blame you for that at all. I wish I could have done the same, honestly. But I bought mine in person, pre-ordered it. Because I genuinely at that point believed that no matter what they put out, it was gonna be a good game. Like, no matter, like... You know, like, people are like... I always believed that, like, people were just being overly dramatic about Pokemon games and how they are. Because I've genuinely enjoyed every Pokemon game I've played. Even if it's not, like, a perfect Pokemon game, I've enjoyed it, right? So imagine my fucking surprise when I get this game and I'm not even enjoying it. I only beat it because I was playing it on stream and I didn't want to let y'all down. I'm not even gonna lie. That is the only reason I beat that game, was because I was playing it on stream and people were asking me to keep playing it. And I pretty much was like, alright, I'll keep playing it, but the moment I'm done with the story, I'm done. Like, I'm not 100%ing it. Which is crazy, because I did 100% the Pokédex for Sword and Shield. The only time I've ever done that. Ever, playing a Pokemon game. But I did it for Sword and Shield, and I tried to do it for the Sword and Shield DLC too. Yeah, and we also bought the double pack, and Gore wasn't gonna return his copy, so... Yeah, the no character customization killed it for me. The character designs were all ass. Nimona was more annoying than she was anything else to me. Like, Nimona meant nothing to me. I hated her. Every time they forced me to interact with her, I wanted to die. Yeah, Sword and Shield to Scarvi was a huge downgrade. Absolutely. I believe that 100%. And I genuinely believed that they were only going to be able to go up from Sword and Shield. Like, genuinely, with all my heart, I believed Sword and Shield is so good, there's no way the next game won't be as good. I was played. How much do you want to bet Game Freak will resort to AI for this next game? God, I hope not. If that happens, I will legitimately cry because I am so excited. Oh, thank you so much for the pet and the hydrate. I am so excited for Pokemon Legends Za. But look, Pokemon did me dirty with Scarby. The Legends games, however, are made by a different, smaller team. And they're given more time to work on them. The rumor is they started working on Legends Za immediately after Arceus came out, which is why Arceus didn't get any like DLC or any new updates, because they had already started working on the new game. That's the rumor, at least. I don't know how true it is, but that's the rumor. And if that's true, then that means this small team has been working on Legends, on this new Legends game for at least 4 years. Or at least 3 years. And that gives me hope that this game will be better. Okay, so we'll let Pooch do it. So this gives me hope, at least, that this game should be pretty good, and I don't think they'd use AI for it, only because— Traffic! Baby! I don't think they'd use AI for it, specifically because of how, like, far in they already would be. If you know what I mean? I could be wrong, but here's hoping not. Poor thing doesn't have any long range attacks. Don't Destiny Bond me. So, you know, here's hoping. Here's hoping that at least for Za, it'll be good, but the next mainline Pokemon game that's not Legends will probably be ass and will probably have AI in it, if you want my honest opinion. I'll take 17. 17's not bad. I can see them using AI to make bases for Pokemon character designs and then going over it and modifying it. Yeah, I could see that too. I'd say sadly. I could see it. Doesn't make me happy. Does not spark joy, but I could see it. Don't sweet scent me, you bitch. Oh my god. I love Mawwiles. I think they're very cute. That would be so funny if they wrote the code in AI. Sorry, I was so busy reading chat, I was not paying attention to the battle I was doing. The AI could probably code better. True. Yeah, my expectations for the next mainline Pokemon game, that's not Legends, because Legends has yet to disappoint me, so I refuse to be preemptively disappointed for Legends. I refuse. You guys cannot make me preemptively disappointed for a Legends game. I refuse to let it get that far. However, I will admit that I am a little nervous. That being said, the next mainline game I'm not optimistic about at all. So, you know. All right. We're digging, gang. We back in the mines. To be fair, coders are definitely using AIs for snippets and modifying it. That's true. And I don't, if you want me to be honest, and this is my opinion on AI, I think if you are an artist or a coder or anything like that, and you're using AI to get like a baseline of something that you're struggling with every intention of going over it and, you know, like making it human, I think it's fine. Like, if you're an artist who's struggling to, like, there's Magby. If you're an artist who's struggling to, like, come up with reference art, or like find reference art for what you're looking for, and you can make that exact reference in AI, I think it's fine. But I don't think you should paint over the AI or anything like that. You need to start from scratch. Like, you need to start from the base and really use that as reference. Yeah, exactly. What Ducky said too. And that is once again why I'm so afraid for the art I commissioned, because I'm not sure if the artist I commissioned perhaps uses AI as a baseline and then draws his own, or if he uses AI and then paints over it. Truly, both options terrify me. We will see. Or maybe he doesn't use AI at all. I doubt it, but... Alright, get out of here, bud. Oh yeah, I forgot to ask your opinion about it, Ducky. Bye, Tingy! Thanks for coming by. Good luck at football tomorrow. The lawyer that got disbarred for using AI to submit incorrect law. Oh, what? Did we talk about this? Did I know this? Ow! Scyther's pretty cute. I dig him. The styles were too different, but the anatomy was somewhat consistent. Yeah, that was kind of my logic too. Well, luckily for me, my new model is not really something you can recreate an AI. At least not easily. Zigzagoon, you absolutely can come with us. I love you. Okay. That's crazy, Gore. What the fuck? Oh, I probably should have put these tickets away. I didn't think to. I'm having a good time, honestly. It's kind of nice for stream because I can set it onto auto and then eat and talk to chat while it goes. Like, I don't have to feel like I have to give it my full attention and, like, neglect chat, so I do appreciate that. I don't think AI is going to replace paralegals, and I say that as a person with a paralegal for a mother-in-law. That woman is too important to be replaced by AI. Bye! Alright, we still have another request, so let's roll. Let's roll, gang! I don't think AI can easily replace anybody if you want my true, honest opinion on it. And I think anyone thinking that it can is fucking dumber than a pile of rocks. So I will say, I will know if this guy turns in artwork to me that is AI, because it's going to be missing some very important qualities of my new model. Whee! God, we're completing so many requests. We're doing such a good job. But I doubt I'm gonna even get that art for a while because I gave him till like August to complete it since my model's not gonna be done until the summer. So I gave him a shit long time to complete it. So who knows? I guess we'll see. love that my gang just throwing rocks behind us. Imagine if he uses AI and says he needs more time. That would be wild if the date comes around and he's like, I still need more time. Like, homie, you've had like 3 months. 3 months. April to August, babes. Focus energy. We're not gonna do all that. I only use offensive moves. Man, we are just throwing rocks at people. I definitely think AI will be replacing some things, but I don't think it's going to be as much as people seem to think it is. But I'm also just not the type of person that likes to panic about that kind of stuff. You know, like, I get that it's bad now and that it's only going to get worse, but also like, it's not worse right now. So I personally am choosing not to be a doomer about it, because being a doomer about it's going to ruin my vibe. Honestly, an AI president would probably do better than most of these chuckle fucks. Let's just make our next president a VTuber. It's like an AI president, but like not at all. You know? Bum, bum, bum. Look, for all the normies, it would be like having an AI president. But then they find out later on that, like, it's not at all, actually. There's a human being there. Is it that most fans didn't care, or they just couldn't tell? Okay, fun fact. Every Zigzagoon gets named Ziggy after Ziggy Stardust. Black Mirror did do an episode based off that concept, yeah. Yeah, it's about half the VTuber fan base that actually understands that. And you can tell which ones understand it and which ones don't, because the ones that don't understand it are the ones that fucking treat us like ass. I'm trying to up my rank. Damn. Well, I guess also, you can't really expect, like, normal non-artists to, like, have the same kind of fear about it and respect for artists as you would from a normal artist. Or people who work with artists frequently. I think before I became a VTuber and, like, really commissioned art, I don't think I would have cared as much because I didn't know any artists, you know? I wasn't in the circles where I would have to know people. They wouldn't mind AI composing their new faves music. Ugh, and that's the depressing part for me. See, my issue is I'm over here like, fuck the story. I get items and I get to up my rank for doing this. This feels good for me. You know what I mean? Thank you for the hydrate. God knows I need it. Oh, I'm gonna take another bite of my food real quick. I really do just eat through all my streams now, don't I? My man said, let's save Jump Love for sure today. No. I've got things to do. I got more jobs I want to do. I want to raise my rank. I'm gonna accidentally end up way over leveled. Yeah, and that's true. The average consumer doesn't care. Oh, I can accept 16 jobs now. Don't mind if I do. I want as many jobs as you can physically give me. It wouldn't be super far-fetched for AI to create their songs. See, I don't know much about the K-pop side of things. You know this about me, Ducky. Rapidash, Ampharos. We haven't tried the Oddity Cave yet. Oh. It wants me to wait. Okay. Yeah, I don't know much about the K-pop scene. K-pop's not really my thing. But I get what you're trying to say. And that's true, because at some point, if things keep up the way they're going, artists will stop publicly making art out of fear that AI will steal it. And when that happens, the AI will be constantly cycling through the same couple hundred things that they've been using over and over and over again. And recycling through its own, and it's just gonna get worse and worse. And if you want to be honest, I think that's probably gonna be what kills it for good. Is once it starts eating away at itself because it's cut off from everything else. What am I eating? I am eating a Chipotle bowl. Oh fuck, I keep forgetting to put these tickets away before I start. Shit. Yeah, exactly. Regurgitating already regurgitated content is a bad system. And you know, the AI will figure that one out on its own. I mean, I don't pity the fucking thing, but I want a burrito. It's been too long. We have one right by our house, and I actually used to work there. So for me, I only eat Chipotle on the occasion, but Gore would eat it every single day if I would let him. Okay, what the fuck did we just pick up? I want ice cream. I also kind of want ice cream. Oh yeah, I will admit, their food is always bussin'. It's always good. It's cold. I got it like at the beginning of stream, and that was almost 4 hours ago now. But still good. Can't even complain, really. Oh, what the fuck are you doing right there? Do I have an oranberry to give? I may not. My pockets may be full of these stupid fucking seeds. Ow! Yeah, here you go. He just did a fucking sick-ass backflip. Good for him. Oh, thank you for the pet core. I know Gore is having the time of his life right now. Alright. Oh, fucking slumber traps. Doo-doo-doo. Let auto wander go while I take another bite. Hey, replacement oranberry. And there's an oddish. And some cash. Actually gonna go ahead and eat an apple since that's what I have them for. And then we roll on. And we all roll on, alright. Oddish has been found. I have not watched the new Transformers trailer yet. I liked it on Twitter so I could, and then I completely forgot. And now I'm sure there's hundreds of fucking yaoi art saved above it, so now I guarantee you I'm not gonna be able to find it. Damn me and my yaoi art! It might be Optimus Prime X Bumblebee. It might be. That's for me to know and you to find out. Baby. Alright, let's go. Get his ass! Alright, I think Dragon's Breath was a little much, but... Alright, head for the stairs. Quick, 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 quick! No, most of it's Zosan. You know this. You know this about me. Like 99% of my yaoi is Zosan. Is there still a quest I need to be doing in here? Or am I just running around? I already have a zigzag, thank you. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Nope, we need that apple. So we are gonna swap it with a sleep seed. Because who the fuck needs a sleep seed? Oh my god, he came out of the stairs. He jump scared me. Ah, there it is. Hey, buddy. Here you go. Have an apple, bud. Feel free. I have nowhere for you to go, buddy. I'm very sorry. Be gone. Be gone. Yeah, you can come. Come on, buddy. Dun, 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 dun. Da, 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 da. No, we need the replacement. Oh, there's an AA Ron. If I had known that there's an AA Ron, I would have done AA Ron instead of Tyrogue. We are going to swap that with this sleep seed because I fucking don't use the sleeves. I do not use the cock sleeves. Not a cock sleeve kind of gal. Don't have a cock. Geodude wants to come. Sure. I don't use cock sleeves, no. Really not a cock sleeve kind of gal. Yeah, I think I am more of a wizard sleeve. I think you're right, yeah. Well, I mean, I'm gonna take the Tyrogue. He's available. You know what I mean? What I was trying to say was, I wish the Aaron had asked to be a part of the gang instead. I'm not gonna turn down a man. Because that is a man. Okay. There is somebody else I was trying to get. Get his ass. All right, we found her. And hopefully, that's the last one I need, so I don't have to use an apple. It is! All right, let's get out of here. We out of here, baby. I successfully completed mini jobs. A Tyrogue absolutely can stay. No nickname for Tyrogue. Geodude can stay. No nickname for him either. I'm just collecting Pokemon at this point. Thank you. Next. Hey, little man. You're so welcome. Thank you so much. I know. I have another Poochyena. I don't need to. You can go. No. You will be going away, so you won't be sticking around. Ooh, thank you for the dojo tickets. Hey, twins. Thank you. Alright. I'm fucking ganging these babies. That didn't really come out the way I intended. I didn't really, yeah. That could have come out better, I think. Alright. Special gift? Ooh, silver dojo ticket. Wonder Orb. I will be accepting that. So we're gonna come over here real quick. Poochyena needs to go. Say goodbye. No. Say goodbye. Bye. Alright, Ziggs. Do you have... Okay, you do. Somebody I grabbed. The Tyrogue? Yes. Tyrogue does not have a special ability. Let's get him one. Get a rare quality, you shit. Broseph. Alright, thank you, buddy. Don't forget to use the bank if you have a lot of money. I'm spending all of my money on homes for my new friends. So if you'll excuse me. I need to make sure I have homes for all of my new friends. All right. New homes, new friends. Are you trying to call me a child, Gore? Gore? Are you trying to imply that I'm a child? Are you trying to imply that I am just a small baby? I'm baby? Your baby, more like. You're the biggest baby I've ever seen. Calling me baby. Trying to say I'm baby. Whatever, man. You're baby. The kids game that you bought me because you've been telling me to play for months. All right. Take that too. Thank you. Oh, you're too much of a grown-up, so that's why you got me playing it? Because you're too much of a grown-up to play your own game? Ooh, can be sold for a high price. Boost the wearer's defense. Hmm. Causes the Pokemon to be disabled. Crazy. No, you're just too mature. I see how it is. Thanks, Kangaskhan. Can I call you Mom? The hell's going on up here? Hello, Whiscash? Oh. Yeah, no. Don't want to. Thanks, though. I gotta run. I'm Newman. Need to grab more quests. I need more money. I need more Pokemon. Let me in. Alright, let's go. We've not tried this cave yet, so let's see what it's got for us. I am having a good time. Though I probably will wrap it up here soon just because it's almost 9 p.m. and I do need to rest. So though now that my migraine meds are starting to like actually kick in and work with my food that I've just eaten. Oh, you're so pretty. No, no, no. Come here. Come here. Join me. Be a part of the family. Or not. Ooh, apple. We'll always take apple. Get his ass, gang. Don't let him win. Get that Pidgey. Get his ass. Alright, up we go. Nidoran. Female. Nidoran's really do be out here breaking the gender stereotypes with the females being blue and the males being pink or purple. Oh, that Clefairy's asleep? Not anymore. Now it's dead. Oh, that Pidgey's chilling? Not anymore. Now it's dead. Oh, wait, no. No, stop hitting people. Let's go. Alright, there's one Pokemon found. One job complete. Out of the 5 I've got going on here. Goodbye. Off we go. We're gonna collect some monies. Find the ladder somewhere in this fucking bitch. Don't let that Rattata get you. Get him first. Grab the item up here. Oh, we don't have any space. Get him. Get that burb. Damn. Trico, what are you doing all the way up there? The music in here kind of slaps, actually. I kind of dig the music in this area. The music in this area kind of slaps. Zigzagoon's rumored orb. I see. Oh, the duo. Ooh. Good job, Treevor. Alright, we gotta grab that orb. Quick, grab the orb! Alright, that's 2 out of 5. We're almost halfway there, gang. And we still are at 75 tummy. I don't know why I said it that way. 75 tummy? Question mark? Get him! Yeah? Is this fucking, I don't know, 75 tummy? Hold on. $75 tummy. Alright. Replace one with another. No! You bitch! You bitch! Ooh, tummy. Ooh, stummy. Don't use growth on me, you son of a whore. Get spit at, bitch. Tummy nummy. And then we also need an apple. This music doesn't really sound like Pokemon. It sounds like Undertale a little bit. I think it's the background sense. Alright, we gotta get Puzzle. And get this fucking seal out of here. Alright, let's go. Duo! You son of a bitch. Don't growl at me. I have no idea what the hell y'all were fighting. No! Don't stun spore me! Ugh, the whore. Bitch. I am shaking. Have you experienced a monster house yet? No. The fuck is a monster house? The fuck are we talking about? I'll see. I don't like that. Yeah, a pocket monster house? Oh, Ghastly. Hi, kid. Let's go. Snatching an apple. Oh! What are you doing here? Big bitch! Alright. Yo, what the fuck is a pocket monster house? I want to know. Alright, we still have one more, I think, to do. Yeah, one more. I don't like the way Gore's saying you'll see. It sounds upsetting. The hell's going on over here? All right. They show up in later dungeons? Oh, that's probably why then, considering I'm just... Jesus. Considering the fact that I've just kind of been doing the same dungeons to make money. And I haven't really been doing any story-related dungeons. Money. I'll probably do that last, or that next story-related dungeon next, and then, the fuck's going on here? I'm sorry, I'm like, the fuck's going on right now? Okay. We each get a berry. Oh, we're doing so good. Poochie, it's your own health that's low. Jesus. Jesus Christ. Where is this puzzle? Okay, good, we can get to her. Hopefully without running into anything. And that should be the last one? Yeah. Yanger! Howdy, Dog Ant. How's it going? Ooh, another perfect apple. And up we go. Here you go. Got a peachy berry. Going up another 50. Dojo tickets. Going up another 50. Ooh, nice. I love Stardew. I'm doing alright. Kind of just hanging out. Coming near the end of stream. Probably gonna do one more dungeon and then be done for the night. I'm starting to get sleepy, so. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, Meditite can just hang out. No, Meditite doesn't. You don't have to apologize for being late, Dog Ant. It is what it is. I'm just glad you made it. Easy as that. Alright, big stretch. Let's go. Let's go try and save Jump Fluff, I think. I'm gonna take the last bite of my food real quick. So yummy. I'm sad and lonely. Yeah. Me too, dude. I've been there. Do we have a chance on Bingus and Doge returning? Probably for a future stream. Probably like a future special stream. But since I started uploading VODs onto YouTube, I've kind of been wanting to avoid anything that's too loud and clashes with the rest of stream. Just so that VOD watchers don't get jump scared. Alright, let's go find this guy real quick. But for special event streams, most definitely, they will be coming back. Monster? Yes, but it's only folklore. I said I should let you know. My stomach hurts. Oh, wow, wow. I think it's something I ate this morning. You have a stomach ache too, don't you? No, I'm fine. Huh? What's wrong with you? Back me up here. You're my partner. You have to catch my drift better. Guess the cramping is settling down. Rest in peace, my beloved. One day it'll come back. Alright. Nothing we can do about that. We just have to hope the monster doesn't really exist. B10. Oh my god. 10 floors. Yeah, and I probably will do some non-intrusive stuff, but that's gonna require me to sit down and work on it, so it'll probably be during my next couple days off. Okay. Teddy Ursa! Come here. Be mine. Be mine. Be mine. Good night, Third Word. Thanks for coming. Be mine. The fuck is going on with you? Why are you fighting all the way back there? Alright, stairs we go. 8 more floors to go. Ooh, level up. Who leveled up? Poochie! Such a good baby. Alright, let's go. Do 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 do. Call them my little poochums. Dustox? Really? Jesus Christ. You are dragon breathing it up. Get him. Get that dust ox. All right, good job. All right. 4-3 out of 10. We're just booking it. Ew, gloom. Nice paralysis, though. Alright. We gotta hurry and hustle. Fucking Weedle. Alright. 4 out of 10. Let's go, baby! We're making quick pace. Oh yes, I will absolutely give you an apple. You're a baby cactus. You deserve an apple, 100%. Poliwag, go on. Actually, how many apples do I have? I got a big apple. Okay, I got a couple. Good. I need to eat one myself. Let's go. Get him! Jump his ass! Oh. Well, we don't have a Weedle, so sure. You can come hang out. Yeah, here's an apple. You want to come hang out too? Oh, we don't have a desert. I'm sorry, bud. At least I was able to get you out of here. If nothing else, that matters to me. Don't let that gloom touch you. He's violent. I level up. Sure did. Wonder tile, some money. More money. Yanma. Nothing down that way. Nothing up and around. Why am I going all the way back? Oh, I see. To go here. Smart. Get this Yanma out of here. Grab that money. Dust ox pain in my ass. Pain in my ass talks. That is a dust talk. You are what I want. You are what I need. And you don't want to come home with me. It's okay. Maybe I'll find another one that wants to come home with me. Maybe I'll find another. I'm honestly really sad that it didn't want to come home with me. Maybe I'll find another. Now I know where they are, so... You want to come home with me? I know you do. You can come home with me, come on. Come on. Maybe this will come home with me. No. Alright. I see how it is. I see how it is. Paris, I don't want you to come home with me. Go on. drink that for Trevor. It's important that we be leveled up. I've got big apples, so I can let myself go pretty far. Ugh. There we go. And we will take the stairs. Grab that. We're gonna go ahead and use it. Oh, register the gravel rock too. So everybody can use it. And I'm gonna go ahead and drink that. And then we'll carry on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come home with me. Just come home with me. Come on, you can do it. You know you want to. I'll give you a good home. Why don't they want to come home with me? I just want a Houndour to come home with me. Why doesn't it want to come home with me? My feelings are hurt. Man, we are clocking that Dustox from a distance. My gang told that Dustox to get fucked. They were like, get out of here. Alright, well there are the stairs. 2 more floors. Are we gonna get what I want? Probably not. Spin a rack. Dustox. Alright. We will drink that. Do you believe? Because I'm losing hope. We need a big apple. Alright, we munching. Aww. Fun fact about me that most people don't know. I do love trap inches. I think they're very cute. Ooh, we'll take a reviver seed. Lord knows we're probably gonna need it once I run out of apples. Do. We're gonna go this way. Oh, there's bee drills down here. That's good to know. Good level up for Trevor. Trevor is trying to learn Pursuit. I'll get rid of Quick Attack for that. Alright, to the stairs we go. Come home with me? Come home with me? I'll treat you so good if you'll just come home with me. I'll treat you so good. He doesn't want to come home. Is he just not meant for me? Am I meant for someone else? Oh my god. Oh my god! Twin Needle does so much damage! What the fuck is right? Oh my god. I don't know why that does so much, but I'm terrified. I'm out of healing too. Alright, well. Am I meant to be a Poochyena girl forever? Is Poochyena meant for me? Am I really meant to not be a Houndoom girly? Oh, so Spinnerack wants to come. Which I'll allow. But Houndoom doesn't? The spider does, but Houndoom doesn't. I see how it is. Yeah, am I just a Poochie girl? It's like a Hoochie girl, but for Pokemon. Don't fuck with me. I got the power of God and anime on my side. Woo! Hi! Cute Shaven, how are you doing? How was your stream? I hope it was good. Thank you so much for the raid. What were y'all playing? It doesn't show. But also, hello. My name is Tragedy. Everybody calls me Peach. I am a variety streamer, I'm a cyberpunk dog girl variety streamer. Today we are doing Pokemon Mystery Dungeon for the first time. I've never played before. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Mizuna. Welcome to the Dog Pound. I hope you're having a great day. Oh, Jesus. Oh, it's a Zapdos. What the fuck? Okay, y'all got here just in time for a Zapdos. He has no mercy for meddlers. Oh. Oh. He do be zapping. Shiftry's gone. He killed Shiftry. Oh no! Scale to Mount Thunder. Jesus! Zapdos. So that's the legendary monster. Yeah, Zapdos is going a little extreme, I think. Anyways, I completed the quest. Weedle gets to hang out. Absolutely. Sup, Weeds? Weedle does not get a nickname. What's the best smelling Pokemon in my opinion? What's her name? Florges? I think it's Florges. I think Florges smells amazing. Shifty ripped up winds with his fans and released me from between the rocks, but those winds tore a thundercloud in two. And that was when that monster appeared in the sky. It was Zapdos or something? Oh, hi, Alakazam. Zapdos. It's one of the legendary bird Pokemon. I heard it had been sleeping for a long time. So Shifty woke it up? No, Shifty's winds were only the trigger. To begin with, the absence of winds there was unnatural. It must have been caused by the rash of natural disasters recently. Zapdos is enraged from having been awoken from its sleep. Shiftry must be saved. Zapdos won't be easy. Its electric attacks are wicked nasty. I know that. We'll need to be cautious. We'll go too. We'll go help Shiftry. What? That's dangerous. Zapdos is powerful. It will be too much for your skill level. Hey now, we're not that wimpy. And we're not afraid of no Zapdos. Isn't that right, Peach? Ow, 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 my stomach. Have you ever been hit with an electric blast? It'll leave you stunned and shaking. No problem. Zapdos is wickedly tough. It might gobble you up for a snack. Can you face that? We're a rescue team too. We want to help Shiftry. Yeah, I'm a ground and grass type. Zapdos has nothing on me. Fine. I see that you have courage. Our two teams should make our way separately through Mount Thunder. We will go when we have geared up for battle. Knowing how strong our opponent is, we'll have no choice but to be cautious. You should leave for Mount Thunder only when you are fully prepared. Our objective is to rescue Shiftry. Let us find success. Yes, I'm getting stoked for this. Let's give it our best, partner. Let's go, gang. Who are we waving to? Yeah, as flying type, go Burr. Yay! Morning, Peach. Get a good night's sleep? So now we're supposed to be rescuing Shiftry at Mount Thunder, right? Ballad Kazam said we should be prepared before going. What do you think? We can go off to Mount Thunder right away, or we can put it off. It's your choice. But whatever we did today, let's give it our best like always. All right, spit on me, Pelipper. Let's go. Thank you for the mail. What do we got in the mail? Ooh, more dungeon or dojo tickets. Fun. Recent natural disasters. We'll take him. Ooh, doesn't have special attacks. Hey, Poochie. I got some gummies for you, kid. Munch up. Thank you. Okay, so blast control. Ooh. Height formation. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, buddy. Alright, Maggie. We got these two on Mount Disciplined. That guy on Mount Green. Secretive Forest only has Spinnerack. Dump Forest has Weedle and Wurmple. Okay, that's not awful. Alright, I need to do some training for sure. How many quests can I take? One tiny reviver seed wanted. Pretty sure I've got that. Do I have those? I may not. I think I've got at least one. Alright, not the cat being the banker. What is my favorite grass type? Are you wanting me to say shaman? I feel like you're wanting me to say shaman. Unfortunately, it's not. It's fucking what's its name? Gore, what's its name? We were talking about it earlier. It's the leaf, the really pretty leaf one that people ship with the bug. It's green. No, not Leafeon, not Leafeon. Hold on, I got it. Give me 1 second. Let me look it up real quick. Hold on. I know what their name is, but it's slipping my brain right now. Give me 1 second. I'm pulling up a list. Where is it? Livani! Livani is mine. It's my favorite. I literally called it by name earlier today. Florges isn't a grass type. I wasn't talking about Florges. I'm talking about Livani. We were literally talking about Livani earlier today, and it just completely slipped my mind. Yeah, I know Masquerade is your favorite. Alright. Cute cat baby. She is a cute cat baby. Okay. I haven't even fucking... What the fuck are these question marks? I haven't even hit those yet. You have a theory about Legends Zaw? I want to hear it. I absolutely want to hear it. while you're explaining it. And that's not the. Don't click what? I didn't click anything. Ow! I did drop my controller. I didn't click anything. I didn't click anything. I was just moving the controllers around. I didn't click nothing. No worries. Nothing got clicked. I'm sleepy. I think they're making Eternal Flower Floette legitimately obtainable in Legends. Oh, absolutely. I also agree with that. I don't see why they wouldn't, if you want me to be completely honest. I genuinely can't see a reason why they wouldn't. But, you know, I've been surprised by Pokemon in the past. By them doing things I didn't expect. So... Okay. We're gonna raid my friend Salem. Thank you for the pet core. Or for petting chat, I guess. But I'm gonna head off to bed. We'll be back tomorrow with more Pokemon Mystery Dungeons, so don't panic, don't freak out, don't lose your mind. It'll all be okay. Oh, cute Shaman, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. But we'll be back tomorrow with more Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, and I am looking forward to it. So I'll see y'all tomorrow, alright? Mwah! Bye-bye! Have a good day. Or I guess a good night.